Now I'm recording.
Bro, I hit you up to VC so you can record. You were the only one fucking
Okay, I
still
see
like
it now.
awake. Beautiful for me to VC.
Okay.
Were you spelling it wrong?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh man, it sucks that you didn't record any of that.
Team decision making behavior. Okay.
And like, oh, you can always search synergies. Put turvy in quotation marks, and you should fucking find lots of cool stuff. Search this on Google, and you should find tons of papers. Really good papers. Here, see what I put in VC text.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is important. Interpersonal synergies are not planned or agreed upon routine patterns.
Yeah. Uh, they're like, I think they're organized or
Yeah,
something.
they're. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I see.
You see why I'm really stressing why not to put too much emphasis on communication?
Yeah, because it's indicational. There has to be independent access.
And but also it would require, just like how like in communications engineer, right? Shannon information, like the sender and receiver
Yeah.
needed like a shared code book, right?
Shared
Like a code
context.
book. No, a shared code book.
Uh. Yeah. For decoding and encoding.
Yes. Right. So they have to have a like agreed upon like pre-established
Yeah.
stuff. Like it has to be planned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's not what interpersonal synergies like. Not how they work.
Yeah. They're not.
Um,
Uh. They're not planned. They're organized. It's self-organization or something.
Let me try and find this.
A multi-level interdependent hierarchy of interpersonal synergies in team sports. Oh yeah, actually, like team sports, that's that kind of stuff.
Mhm. And there's a lot of research on that in ecocyclic and sports science.
Yeah.
Here's a good paper by Hodges and Fowler. There's a lot of good stuff by Fowler on like speech production, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
New affordances for language distributed dynamical and dialogical resources. It's great.
um, here's a bunch of Carol Fowler's papers you can find here. Um, here's another link that I'm posting. The academia page for Carol Fowler. Here's a bunch of her papers. Um, she's dead now,
Crazy.
which sucks. I don't know why I laughed about that. Here's Kirby and Fowler's papers. I'll post these. These are really good. Um,
Okay, that's good to know that like communication is only indicational, because I guess I was only expanding the theory on that, on the indicational aspect.
here's a paper in the special issue that was like honoring Carol Fowler's memory or whatever, her legacy, because like she died in 2016 or something. Turvey like wrote this paper, 2016 paper. It's a pretty good paper. And
I'd say that's good etiquette.
here's another good paper by Kelso and I don't know how to spell the name. Raksasic Leonardi, this lady who's like who like follows Howard Patsy's work a lot, but she's been like collaborating with like a lot of EcoSci people on like language.
I think it's Rakshajik or something like that.
Yeah, she's like Polish or something.
Yeah, I can read Polish
Here,
somewhat.
here, if you look in this posting now, it's loading here. Yeah, if you look in this folder, there's another folder on like the papers that I have on Rasesek Leonardi. I just
Yeah, I
fucking
see.
pronounce her name anymore.
Rakshajik.
Yeah, you see, I had Rasesek. Okay, yeah, I had I got a bunch of papers from her. You see,
Yeah,
so like interesting stuff. There's a lot of interesting stuff. You see,
yeah,
and you could also probably find stuff like about interpersonal synergies, speech, production, or communication. Yeah, here we go. Here's a paper, dialogue as interpersonal synergy in VC text. Conversation dynamics, interpersonal synergies. Another paper. Just like from one quick Google search, bro.
yeah. It's crazy.
Here's another one. A framework for interpersonal synergy research. Conversation is synergistic. Here we go. Another one.
Yeah, Ziggy was like blaming me for like talking about etiquette and stuff. He was saying it's like it's a made up field or something. It turns out there's so much work on that.
Yeah. There's look at all this stuff, bro.
Yeah, it's
Now let me refine my search. Find even more.
I think it's paywalled. This one. Classifying conversational entrainment of speech behavior.
Self-organization of a spoken word.
Insights from improvised dance duets. It's crazy. Oh, by the way, Tabby said that you like dancing. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I come to Florida, we're gonna have a dance off. Who's better at dancing? Or like a duet. We're gonna have some insights about synergies.
Oh, this one's cool. This one's free too. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This one's by Kelty Stephen and Mangalam. Oh yeah, this one's gonna be good. This one's really good. Look at this. This one is really good. Perceiving and remembering speech depend on multifractal nonlinearity in movements producing and exploring speech.
Yeah, multifractality. You know, when I like publish the video to YouTube, I'm gonna have to like attach so many links. Oh, that's about speech that's actually relevant because like Ziggy was saying that like you have to compute what to say to people.
Who?
Ziggy.
He was saying.
Yeah. We were like debating like you know the Kant sucks where like should you hide the Jews from the Nazi officer? He was saying that you have to compute what to say to him and stuff.
That doesn't really make any sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Bodily synchronization underlying joke telling.
Joke telling.
Yeah.
That's great.
An ecological perspective on intra-team communication in sport in team sports.
You know the
Here's
situation when
another.
like you say a joke and no one laughs and then someone repeats it and like everyone laughs. That's like I was thinking about that's an insight in how timing is entrepreneurial. Timing like things, jokes and stuff.
Mhm. Mm. Oh, look at this. Here's another thesis. I posted like I saw one of these I posted was a thesis above here. I don't know, I don't remember which one, but it's like 200 pages. But this one is another thesis. This one, like people have written whole thesis on this stuff. Like what is the title of this thesis? It's not loading for me now for some reason, but it had such a cool title. Yeah, acting in a populated environment, an ecological realist inquiry into speaking and collaborating by Ed Baggs. I've seen some citations of Baggs before. That looks like a really interesting thesis, like dissertation. Different effects of visual occlusion on interpersonal coordination of head and body movements during dyadic conversations. Behavioral dynamics of conversation. Coordination in noisy environments. That's like, remember the point from Intro to Ecopsych?
What point?
Where it was like in a like very like crowded like noisy room where you're talking to people.
Oh yeah, you can pick out like what's relevant to because
Mhm.
active perception and stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Interpersonal sensory motor communication shapes interpersonal coordination in a musical ensemble. Oh, this one looks like a fucking inaction, inaction people, an activist paper. So I'm not gonna link that one. Ooh, this one's interesting. Bursts and lulls of multimodal interaction, temporal distributions of behavior reveal differences between verbal and nonverbal communication. A cross species framework for classifying sound movement couplings. From animal and multimodal dynamics of verbal and nonverbal cues during unstructured conversations. Yeah, okay, so I think I'm gonna stop fucking. I think that's enough, right?
Uh, are like cues there? Are they specificational or indicational?
Oh, probably don't want to like cues uh well they're not like there's
Mhm.
like in a sense like cues are like there's an indicational information, right? That's a cue, right? But then there's
Yeah,
like a sense where people are talking about like you perceive cues and it's like you infer, you do computation, da da da. That's like the base of perception is like
yeah.
cues.
I wasn't
Yeah.
suggesting that you're like computing things.
Yeah, yeah. No, yeah, just like I would be like I would take with a grain of salt people talking about cues and stuff like that. I don't know what they're talking about,
Yeah,
but maybe you know,
I would say
not all of these. I haven't read any of these papers, by the way.
I think cues would be higher order indicational information. You know,
I don't know what that means.
Mm,
higher order indicational information. That's like
I mean, like there's like
that
higher
that
order
doesn't quite make
affordances.
sense. Yeah, there's no higher order indicational information. That doesn't make any sense. Like what? Like less? Like I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. It's just like are you reducing noise along the signal channel or something? I don't know.
I
Is that
mean,
what that
like
means?
foregrounding.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, I'll think about that.
That doesn't make any sense. There's no more or less grounding indicational information.
I mean, like higher order in the sense, like for example, you have to go to university to get a degree, so you wake up and in the morning and like pack your things and go. That's like the packing your things in like a lower order affordance, and like uh getting a degree is a higher order. There's like a bigger time scale.
Okay, but you're trying to extrapolate from something about like affordances and specificational information to indicational information, which is something entirely different.
Okay.
Like it just doesn't make sense to do that. Like indicational, we really understand like indicational information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
that's
I
what
see.
most.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's just
yeah.
shared context. There's no like higher or lower order.
Like we have a whole like we have a whole theory, right? Information theory for communications engineering, right?
Yeah.
Like the whole like that was developed in the like 20th century, right? 19th and 20th century,
Yeah.
and like that's what we've invested a lot into to like what our understanding of information is usually, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Remember the Turvey paper? He's talking about our understanding of information,
Mm.
like in the 20th century or the 19th, 20th century, right?
Okay. So cues, it wouldn't make sense to classify them as higher order or lower order.
No, yeah,
Yeah. They're just different to like language.
yeah. Well, it's just like
It's
what makes for a good indicational information. It's just like an in like what makes for a good symbol
I
is just like
think,
it's minimally discriminable,
yeah,
right? It's minimally discriminable, right? So like I don't know, like what is a Q? I don't know. Like,
IQ,
do you mean like
IQ would like require uh maybe more independent access because it's like more
I
subtle.
don't know. When I think of a Q, I think like somebody like doing hand signs. You know what I
Yeah,
mean, or something.
like body language, something like that.
Yeah, like is that what a Q is? Yeah. Is a Q just another word for a symbol or a signal, right?
Yeah, I think like, I mean, even in like spoken language, you can have cues that are like not the content of the words.
I don't know what that means. Like I don't know what Qs really are, to be honest. What the concept Q is referring to? Hints, like a clue, you know?
Yeah, maybe it's that.
Maybe it comes from stick to pack like the Q stick, you know? Like
Uh,
like a Q left stage, Q right center. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Yeah, a specific line or sound effect that lets an actor know when to speak or enter. Like they already have like a plan, like you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's like, yeah, that's just as indicational.
Like in pool, cue sticks are now in pool it's just cue sticks, we use them to hit balls and stuff, but conductors they use like smaller cue sticks.
Yeah,
Conduct like an orchestra. You know what I mean?
yeah. I mean, it could be
An
like
action event or word that tells
reading between the
that tells
lines.
someone it is time to do something. Hmm?
Reading between the lines, something like that.
Yeah, but that's just like
That wouldn't be higher order.
decoding. Like you already need a code book, right?
Yeah, that's that would be kind of signaling to a smaller audience or something like that.
Yeah, but it's just like that's just what uh cryptography is.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Right? Or is that right? Cryptography? Is that what cryptography is? Right?
yeah. It's like secret messages.
Yeah. Like you're in the know if you already know beforehand. Like we have this shared like independent knowledge beforehand that and there's this third person who doesn't have it, right? That we can speak in private. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Uh,
Without them knowing what the fuck we're talking about. Right?
I was like calling it higher order earlier, and like I was talking to other guys in like in general chat. Yeah, now I see that's like not applicable at all. Kind of didn't think
I mean,
about
yeah, it doesn't
that.
really make any sense. We really understand like information for communications engineering.
Mm-hmm.
We really understand that shit. We really understand indicational information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have
So
like,
it's just like
yeah,
it doesn't make sense to try and understand it with like the concepts we've been developing to understand specificational information. You know what I mean?
yeah, I see that. If you have like a code book, one bit of information can mean anything really.
Hmm?
If you have like a code book, one bit of information can mean like anything.
Yeah, meaning is irrelevant.
Yeah,
Meaning is irrelevant to Shannon information.
yeah, that makes sense.
But specificational information is determined by meaning. It's intentional in that way, right?
Yeah.
It's determined by its content, right? It's intentional content, intentions with an S, meanings, right? It's determined by meanings,
Mm-hmm.
which Shannon information is not. It's completely undetermined by meaning,
The bot
by
said,
design, by design,
yeah, yeah.
by design. Okay.
The bot said that shit again.
What?
In VC text,
Oh,
replied, of course. It's crazy.
yeah, but I wanted to talk about. Fuck. Okay, let's switch topics. Are we good on the topic?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Because I wanted to talk about values and life as a standard value stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, you were talking in the thread earlier. I didn't read through the whole discussion. I don't know if you read through what was going on in the thread. You were talking in there too, right?
Yeah.
With lights and metoxys and all them.
Yeah.
Lights was making some good points, but like I feel like the points he was making, um,
He wasn't
it's
informed
just like
by ecopsych and thermodynamics. So
right. No, yeah, it's just standard like you know objectivism, like the objectivist script, right?
Yeah,
Really.
like he wasn't uh kind of Metoxy was asking for a
And he's just like, I
predicative
don't
like
understand. Yeah, Metaxas didn't understand it. Like he was just like, okay, you're just repeating the script, you know.
yeah,
And he's like, Lights just keeps trying to repeat the script like in a bunch of different ways. Just like,
yeah. That's
uh,
not the approach. It's just
it's like the things he was saying wasn't like wrong. You know what I mean?
yeah. But he was like it was still a predictive.
Well, it's just like I feel like, like a lot of the stuff I've been saying recently about values, right? And life is the standard. Really really ground our understanding better, you know?
Mm,
Like enrich there it's a much richer like understanding of values. And then like starting off, like when you start, like introduction to the concept of value and life as a standard and like life, right? And all of that stuff, right? It's much less what's it called anomalous, right? Because like when you're just like getting into objectivism, right, this understanding of life, this understanding of value and all this stuff is just really anomalous, right? It's just like it doesn't connect, it doesn't integrate,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
because you're expecting
Yes.
something predictive, right? Like when you're
Right, but it
getting
just
into
doesn't
it.
integrate because it's just like that's all you have, right?
Yeah,
It's like you don't have anything else that integrates, right? Because like I mean, like if you don't have anything like thermodynamics and basic stuff like that, right?
yeah,
Or you know what I mean? We're gonna get into that. It's why I posted this ethics of entry picture because he kind of makes a similar point here. Here, I'll post it again. He makes a similar point about how the points raised about far from equilibrium systems and the law of maximum entropy reproduction are in good position to ground such an axiological scale. Uh, where does it? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. In in this way, I've challenged Flores' view, suggesting that contemporary thermodynamical research presents us with ineluctable facts that force us to radically reconsider our axiological principles.
yeah,
And you see, it's just like that's a much like it's what he's talking about is like you know thinking about like values and axiological rankings, right? As like more like an objectivist, more like an Austrian, right? But like grounded in thermodynamics. So it gives you this much broader like means of like integrating, you know what I mean? Much broader context that integrates really like a lot of things and integrates your understanding of what values and all that, right?
yeah. I'm thinking what I wanted to say. Lice was like trying to manipulate symbols so that like to kind of transmit the grasp of that to Metoxis when in fact he has to do the work himself to like grasp values and stuff.
Yeah, and I mean this is really recent stuff for even me, right?
Yeah,
That I've gotten at. And like I've done a lot of work, I've thought a lot. Like even like over 2 years ago, I was writing a lot of good stuff about moral reasoning and values. But like it didn't stop there. Like I gained all this other knowledge, and then I was able to spiral back and like have a much more like a richer understanding. You
yeah.
know what I mean?
The
Of
integrations
this stuff.
they don't stop. They only get bigger.
Mhm. Right. So. that's why I wanted to go through these notes with you, and sort of you can give me like a rundown of like what you were talking about, because I don't know. I think I remember. I saw like what I did see. I skimmed through it a little bit. I saw like Metoxes was dissatisfied with whatever you said. I didn't see what you said.
I
Right?
said
He
that
was
Metaxas was
dissatisfied
like
with what you said.
committing Izot, like was the premise was the Izot gap, or like some sort of or a species of
Okay.
that where like there's some sort of poverty of entailment. I was telling
Okay.
him
Well,
that
he was dissatisfied with what you said, and then he was saying like, okay, lights gives an actual argument, but then I saw it like kind of devolve, like lights and Metoxes just
uh,
like devolve into like shit flinging.
I,
Uh, I
I
don't
don't
know how that
think
happened.
Lights was given an argument.
Well, he was saying like some important points. He wasn't really uh
I think
he didn't like they didn't have the force that they needed, right? That they could have had. Like I felt like when reading it, like I could have put it better. I could have gave more force to the points, right?
I've Mentoxis was like asking for an inference rule, and Lights was kind of buying into that, which is like the wrong way
Maybe.
to approach
I was
it.
just saying the stuff about life as a standard value, life as ultimate value, right? Like just those basic stuff, like he was going in the right direction generally, right?
Mm,
If he didn't, even if he didn't like follow through each point, like to like
yeah.
give it the most force it, you know what I mean?
Hmm. I think he wasn't like informed enough
Like I try to
to do
focus
that.
on each point like that and like try to like really ground it so it has like that ineluctable force, like
Hmm.
like each of those principles or points that he was like talking about, I try to like really dive deep into and like really contextualize and like connect, like make the connections available. So it's just like because that's the key here. Because you can't really once the connections are there, they're being made. You can't deny it. You can't like it's like the connections are what make it like determinate, right? And it's just like you can't.
Hmm.
um it's without those connections, it's like it's just sitting here like on its own, like compartmentalized, not able to connect to anything else, and it's just like anything could just make you deny it, right? Or ignore it, or not even remember it, or not consider it. Right?
Mm. That's like reminds me of what I wrote to Voyant.
When it should be like you should be considering it like all like a lot of the time, just like it should come up just because of how it's so connected to everything else, right? You're just considering it because you're talking about something else, you're considering something else, and it's just because it's deeply connected to it. You know what I mean?
Mhm. This reminds me what I wrote to Voyant. Once you choose to focus, life as the ultimate value becomes self-evident. After that, you can only evade it, but it won't go away. That fact.
um yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I really like the framing of that, because you're talking about once you choose to focus, like there's like a sort of like I don't think we really ever start from no like focus. You know what I mean? Where we're
Mm.
starting like we're starting outside of like we're starting as like an
Uh,
entity, like we exist first,
would you say
and
it's
then we go on to realize our characteristic function, right?
you know,
Like it's like and like we're inactive first, we exist without any activity first, and then we go on to act, right? That's not how entities exist.
uh,
Right?
would you say it's more or less?
Hmm?
Would you say it's more or less?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
see.
It's like the system is always active,
Mm-hmm.
right? And focus is just a matter of like tweaking the dynamics. It's just a matter of self-organization with respect to constraints, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's abundance of constraints in the world, right? You can constrain yourself very heavily, right? Or you can sort of explore, right? Further, right? You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Search in the chat where I've talked about tweaking, like tweaking the ongoing dynamics from me, and I've given a bunch of resources, like, and a bunch of different like phrases, basically saying that same thing
Tweaking.
here, just to understand that.
You're simply tweaking the ongoing dynamics, choosing which goals to adopt, and
From
those
G,
set as
tweak.
constraints. So the actual possibilities of the system. Tweaking is like choosing. It's like choice.
Yeah, and but what like it's like what you're choosing, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, like how information about X is not X, right? You're
Well,
choosing like the goal, right, is not the variable means, right? The means can vary, right? It's like you're choosing some affordance as a goal,
mm-hmm.
right? It's not that's not choosing the means, right?
Mm-hmm.
Choosing the affordance goal constrains the range of effective means, right? It orders them, right?
Yeah.
Uh, by their effectiveness, right?
And like it's multifractal on the time scales.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see. Also linked a paper on that thing. 1978 Fowler-Turvey skill acquisition.
Yeah. So you see the other phrases there. Can you like
Mm-hmm.
link to it for me? Because I can't. It's hard for me to search for some reason right now. Yeah, the system is always active. From read, all this activity allows one to distinguish self from other. Can also let's be able to tweak the ongoing dynamics, warn to focus it, to yield one's activity over the specific information, or to the specific information that controls, guides, and constrains it in specific ways. Right. So you see how it's all connected here with like the differentiation theory of perceptual learning, right?
Yeah.
Remember I've talked about how like you know, in Kelso's work he talks about how like, you know, the system is always active, right? So like the baby's like you know, doing just all this stuff, like it needs variability, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
through the variability that it differentiates, right? Its own movements from the world, like the
Yeah.
movements that the world is like imposing upon it, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Like even
Like just grasping everything, like just like moving around, you know, like
like
rolling around, whatever.
if the eyes were not like moving like very fast, slightly, like you would only see gray.
Yes. Hmm?
Uh,
What?
like if you paralyze the eye, you would not see anything.
Right. Yeah. Because there's all that variability, right? And just like with postural sway, right? If you try to
Mm-hmm.
stand perfectly still, like you lose your balance, you have to catch yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's stability through variability. You know, the whole point in ecopsych, right?
Mm-hmm.
And intro to ecopsych. But yeah, but that's like that's the means, right, of being able to focus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the means of focusing is obviously the structure of, you know, the pattern energy distributions ambient to the organism, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or ambient to possible positions and paths in the array.
Is there anything here who can join like TVC?
Hmm?
There are other people online. I think should join because that's
Can
like
you link to me where you're saying like where I was talking about the
yeah.
tweaking?
In
Like
VC text,
I totally Yeah. Yeah, so you see, I talked about it in different phrases, right? So, like Warren C. above, casting of the control problem from the agent's perspective, the problem becomes one of tweaking the dynamics of the system in which it is embedded so as to enact stabilities for the intended behavior. And in Fowler and Turpey's words, Turkey. Ugh. Clearly, actors cannot achieve an aim to perform an act by generating all of the forces necessary to get the job done. Rather, they must contribute to the totality of extant forces, just those muscular forces that will bend the character of an event in the right direction. And see
Mhm.
also the Turvey 2016 paper on Fowler on controlling the functional description of an event.
That actually that reminds me like uh actually about Hoppa and like the relevant description of an action that like
No, forget what Warren said enact here. Right, this was before enactions, like an activist stuff.
no
This is
I'm
just he's saying the key here is he's talking about the the control problem becomes one of tweaking the ongoing dynamics, right, of the already active system, right,
mhm,
to basically like to bring about those stabilities, right, to sort of align with information, right? Like the like the fucking outfielder, right? He's like linking to the invariant ratio of you know, like the optical solid angle. I forget. It's like what is it? It's like expanding, right?
mhm.
The ratio of expansion,
Yeah, like
time to contact,
focusing on the right thing,
right?
like
Yeah, like the deviations in the tip of the stick, right?
yeah
The deviations from uprightness in the tip of the stick that are specific to the movements of my hand that would be required to keep it upright.
yeah, like in that video that you sent where people are trying to balance a
Hmm?
stick.
What?
uh the video that you sent where people are trying to balance a stick,
Yes.
like uh
Right.
once
That's a very I thought that was very illustrative, like a very simple example to like give the point and then like extrapolate from that to like a bunch of different control problems, right?
yeah, like a bunch of drumsticks with me. I can try it at sometime.
But you see what I mean? It's always active, right? So it's the control. So it's really yes. So this is the point I make. I don't know if you've seen me make this point before. How choice is not what's primary. Intentionality is primary, right?
Hmm.
There's no choice without intentionality. There's no choice without. There's no selectivity without intentional specificity, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Like, cause
that
Shannon
that actually.
information is purely selective, right? It's purely selective,
Hmm.
right? It's a metric for distinguishing P from Q, but not a metric for specifying P or
Yeah,
specifying Q, right?
that
And but it
actually.
relies on them already being fully specified. But specificational information is both specificational and selective.
Hmm. that uh that emphasizes the mutuality and reciprocity of perception action,
Yeah, what do you mean?
as in like their specificity. It's specific.
Well, think about what always active means, right? In the context and directedness, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so, right, that's what we're talking about here,
you
right? Always act. Like, the system is always active, right? That's like this variability, right, is what's required to sort of for the control problem, right?
the
You get what I'm
system
saying? How to control, how to differentiate what you can control from what you can't control.
system chooses ends without ends, it cannot choose.
Right.
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to know its ends, right? Intentional
Mm-hmm.
dynamics, right? Um, an intentional system does not have to be an intentional epistemic system. It doesn't have to know its goals to follow a goal.
Mm-hmm. Like not even living systems, just a rock.
Right. 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 Right.
Yeah.
It's just that living systems need to know their goals, need to know about their goals, right?
Mm-hmm. Because they're acting
It's a
arbitrarily.
it's a qualification on intentional systems,
Yeah.
epistemic, right? That's it's not that uh the the epistemic doesn't exhaust intentionality, right? Living
Mm-hmm.
systems don't exhaust and directed behavior,
Yeah.
right?
It's just that they have to act arbitrarily of the local potentials
Yeah.
in order to
In a sense. Yeah.
sustain themselves as autocatakinetic systems.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see
In
that.
a sense, there's but you see, it's like the whole choice, like the whole idea is like choice to focus, right? It's like no. The choice is not just like it's not really a choice of focus over drift, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a choice of more or less focus,
Yeah.
right? And it's contextual, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bringing the appropriate level of consciousness to my activities, like Nathaniel Brandon talks about, right?
Mm-hmm.
If
Uh,
I bring less than appropriate, then I'm fucking drifting, right?
mm-hmm.
It's contextual, right? It's not just like absolute, like I'm either just choosing to focus or drift,
Yeah,
and then I'm just like entering the world from there, right?
it's n-
This is prior to the world or something, you
it's
know?
not a checkbox. It's not a boolean. Like that would be
Yes,
computationalist.
right,
Yeah. Uh,
right.
when I was saying this went,
It's always a matter of degree, always,
I think
always a
he,
matter of degree,
yeah, I think he brought it up too. But like, I,
because life as such, an irreversible process as such, a finite process as such, is economical, right?
mhm,
You get what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's already like uh
selective.
choosing. It's already selecting paths over other paths, right? Allocate resources to other paths over other paths, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? It's it's taking up finite space and finite resources in the world, right? It's not fucking just like before you know what I mean? It's just like just the fact that it's a living, you know what I mean? That it's real. It's a real world process. Just like there's this degree it's always a matter of degree, right? You know what I mean? Focus, right?
Mhm.
Being constrained really is all that means. Focus is about degrees of constraint.
Yeah.
You know how eh, right in the fucking like in those phrases that I was referencing, there's another like concept that's important here, or notion that's important here, that constraints squeeze out the degrees of freedom of of the system, right? They squeeze out the possible behaviors of the system,
Mhm.
right?
They
That's a phrasing from Turvey and Shaw.
they specify them, right?
No, that's here.
Uh,
Um,
oh yeah.
you have my
Constraints
notes, right?
constraints are
You
not
you have my
specificational, right?
you have my Obsidian Vault, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, open it. Like go to organism environment system, right? And control F for squeeze without the E, just like squeeze with just like SQW or SQUEEZ.
Mhm. They differentiate the degrees of freedom, right?
They order them, okay? Just like they constrain them.
Mhm.
Read it, bro. Read it.
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff on this from early Turvey, right? On the sort of degrees of freedom problem, right?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? On coordination dynamics.
In some, the ecological framework dissolves the dualism of subjective ends and objective means, replacing it with the integrated structure of intentional affordances nested within constraint specified episodes. Semantic content is lawful because perception is perspective. Goals are real because behavior is impredicatively defined by by what it is realizing. An actual is meaningful because this space of degrees of freedom is squeezed out by the world structure, not dictated by arbitrary mental computation.
Think about how the structure of the ambient array, right, uh, permits visual focus,
Yeah,
right? The ambient optical array.
because it is specific.
Yeah, because it's and it's also like multifractal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how focusing works, really.
Yeah,
It's nested. It's nested. You know, this like it's very densely. It's uh definitely densely nested.
yeah.
Like all these optical solid angles. You know what I
The
mean?
the density is like scale invariant, right?
Mm.
Yeah, like
Like
if you zoom in into a rock, like
the
the
specificity, right? The
the
specificity of light to the specificity of light in this room to uh, every possible position and path of observation in this room, right? Is it exists at the point of pencil to pencil, like at each pencil, like like a ray of light, right? You know, like each pencil, like you think of a bundles of pencils like tied together with a rubber band, right?
Mhm.
Like and then pencil to pencil transitions and like the boundaries of each like here I'll just post a fucking quote from Turvey, bro. Here we go. I have it here somewhere. Here we go. Just post those again. Did I put those in the wrong chat? Yeah,
uh,
I put those in general chat, my bad. I put them in general chat. So go to the one. Okay. Yeah, the first one. It's the first one. Yes. Okay. In Gibson's terminology, yes. Okay. Right. Light from a source such as the sun or light bulb is scatter reflected or diffused by the faces and facets of surfaces. In the case of a layout of facing surfaces, consider for simplicity a furnished room with a planar wall, ceiling, and floor as depicted in figure 21.2. The consequence of scattering is multiple reflection or reverberation, an endless bouncing of light from surface to surface, a network of convergence and divergence that is indefinitely dense. Uh, Multiple reflection, including interreflection and mutual reflection, endows the light in the room with uniqueness. That is, it renders the light in the room specific to the room. In Gibson's 1966 terminology, the uniqueness exists at the level of each pencil of light, a point in the room, at the level of the set of all pencils, the room itself, and at the level of each series of adjacent pencils, point to point translation within the room.
mhm. So like uh no matter how
Each
you,
point of observation, each position of observation is,
yeah,
is a pencil, right?
no matter how much you focus, like the density of specificity does not decrease.
Right. When you're occupying some point of observation in the array
Mm-hmm.
where light in the room is made ambient to those points by
Yeah.
surfaces and the medium, right?
When you're
Structuring that light.
part of the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
And you can see sort of like the density or like
Mm-hmm.
and then in the second figure, you see the second figure.
Like a plane with like coordinate things.
No, the second picture that I posted.
Hmm.
Second screenshot.
Yeah, it's you can see nested things.
You can see this with like aluminum foil. If you crumple up some aluminum foil and then you like flatten it out again, like you flatten it out on like a table or something, like right up against the wall. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like yeah, like you flatten it horizontally, like it's on the table, right? And then you just like move it up against the wall, right? So it's still flat against the table, but like it's up against the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you shine like a flashlight at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you'll see this, like you'll see the scattering on the wall like go crazy.
Mm-hmm. So as you flatten it, the structure is still there.
Well, because you crumpled it up,
Yeah,
right? It's just like it's showing an example of like a rough surface, like just to illustrate it. You
its
know what I mean? The scattering,
structure is specific to the fact that you crumpled it beforehand.
the multiple reflection.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not. I'm just talking about multiple reflection. You can
Mm-hmm.
see how this works, right? Like this picture and this figure in the second screenshot,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I see.
Like you'll see the light, like you have one source, like this beam of light from the source, this flashlight, right? And then you shine it onto that regular surface, and the irregular surface, right? That you crumpled up some tinfoil and flattened it out, right? That's you're gonna see it scatter like crazy on the wall. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like just like traditionally, like before we studied multiple like scattering, multiple reflection, we would just study um one to one, right? Mappings, right? It's just like the light beam, the ray or whatever, it hits the surface and then it just
Yeah.
reflects off of it as a beam. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's how it's done in video games and such.
Well, not anymore. No,
Yeah.
that's not how it's done in video games anymore.
Yeah, I know. Like they have like
The
diffused
the
light
tech
and such.
Yeah, the technology has like actually developed to be like very like more along the lines of like ecological optics.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty cool actually.
Yeah.
Because it's just the physics of reflection, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like you can simulate it with a computer, but it's just like Turvey talks about in lectures on perception here in lecture 21, where the screenshot's from, right? He talks about how, if it was like indirect perception, right, the perceiver would have to have like full knowledge of the physics of reflection.
Yeah.
It would have to be endowed with the full knowledge of the physics of reflection, like how like what would be required to fucking simulate it with a computer, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what is required, right? By these people who are simulating it with a computer. They have to like know the physics of reflection, right? They have to endow that into the simulation. You know?
Yeah. I think like the advent of video games that the pursuit of realism kind of pushed it towards an ecological approach to optics.
Yeah, but it also makes people think like oh, a computer can simulate it. You know,
Yeah,
then it must be a computation that we're
yeah,
just doing. But they forget that the computer can only simulate it because like it's endowed with the knowledge of the physics of reflection, basically, from the person who actually knows the
yeah.
physics of reflection, right? The
Like
programmer or whatever.
video games are trying to make it look good to players, not to like a
Right.
computer.
Right. You're not simulating a fucking 3D model of the world in your head and then walking in that 3D model of the world.
Yeah,
I mean, like I can't walk in the video game, right?
yeah.
I can sit down and play the video game, right? Or I can like put on a headset, right? And I can walk in my room with a headset. You
An
know?
animal walks on M that represents the surface.
Yeah.
Just doesn't make sense.
Okay. All right. So back to values, back to values, right? What were we talking about? The choice to focus, right? I thought that was a wrong, not the right framing of it at all.
Yeah, that's more or less.
But that's how you framed it.
Hmm. I think Void brought that up to me as well, but like I didn't see it. I wasn't thinking about that at that point.
Right? It's the thing here. What are you choosing? Right? Are you choosing focus? Just like are you
Yeah,
perceiving sensations? You know? Are you feeling emotions? You know?
yeah. Focus is treated as an end.
Right, what you're choosing is the object, right? That's what you're focusing on, you know?
Yeah,
What's structuring the means of focus, the array, the ambient structure that allows you to focus on it, right? Because it's specific to the source of its structure, right?
mhm. Yeah. Choosing to focus kind of leaves out the
You
environment.
can focus on the source, just like a bacteria can move up a sucrose gradient towards where gets a little sweeter, you know?
Yeah,
You
life
know
is
what I mean?
sweet. Yeah,
Towards the sugar, right?
yeah,
That's what focus really is, right? It's just this, like, just what the bacteria is doing here, moving up the sucrose gradient towards the sugar, right? Because this gradient is specific to its source, right? It's focusing on the source, right?
yeah,
Its activities are focusing upon the source, being allocated towards obtaining that, right? Or organizing its actions around the source, right? Around the affordance goal, right?
yeah. The
Where does it get that order from? That order unfold from a thing or out of nothing, right?
uh choosing the appropriate scale, like
Yeah,
looking for
but I
the
just noticed
necessary
that
specificity, like the gradient.
I just noticed that about the choice to focus or drift. Like, what do you think? Like when people are thinking about it, it's just like, wait a minute, am I choosing focus, right? Or is
Yeah.
it just like,
Uh,
focus is a matter of degree, more or less, determined by like by the meanings, determined by what is being focused upon. It's just
yeah.
a matter of action being organized around some object, right?
Like when you're asking a question, am I choosing to focus? You're like, uh, kind of you're confused.
It's just a matter of action referring beyond itself and organizing
Yeah.
uh with respect to what it refers to, right? Organizing around it, right? It's referent.
Like notice when you're asking yourself, am I choosing to focus? Like it's hard to tell actually because the environment is left out. Like, what are
It
you
doesn't make any
focusing on?
sense.
Yeah, doesn't make sense.
Focus is not what's being chosen, right?
Yeah,
Focus is a matter of what you choose, right?
it's kind of the means.
It's all about affordances, right? Because as soon as you talk about possibility, you're talking about it opens up the space of alternatives, right? It implies a selection problem. That's the whole point of choice, right?
Mhm.
You know what I mean? If you abstract try to abstract away from it, it's just like, well, why are we choosing anything? It's just like they just draw a complete blank when it's asked like it's all about what is chosen, but what is chosen, right?
Yeah,
Fucking like then it just that's an well, if you have an impoverished view of the world, right? Where the real world is like, that lake of ice in front of me is not a supportable surface. It's just H2O, you know?
yeah,
Right? When you have that view, it's just like, well, am I focusing on this just like meaningless object? Like what am I choosing? Am I choosing meaningless objects? That doesn't make much sense. They draw a blank. You know what I mean?
yeah.
They draw a complete blank.
Oh, it's just atoms stuck together, obviously. So doesn't
Then
mean
there's no
anything.
there's no reason for choice at all.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Choice becomes a fucking floating abstraction. You're just what are you even talking about at that point? Yeah.
yeah.
But do you see? I know you've seen it. Like I've experienced it because I used to think like this in my understanding of what focus or drift was like in like the basic objectivist understanding. What you get from
Mhm.
fucking Opar, right? It's just like what really changed that for me was Gibson Binswanger's like whole Binswanger's whole view of like the objectivist theory of free will. His whole discussion of that, like he has a whole like series on HBTV, like 11 different lectures on free will, the objectivist theory of free will. It's really great. But yeah, but you see what I mean, right?
Mhm.
It's just
Like,
like the choice to focus or drift. Are you choosing like and they speak about it is like we're choosing focus like as an object, as the
the
object of choice, as what's being chosen.
yeah, like the actual object is emitted. Like
Yes,
the environment is just not there.
they can't even right. So they just have these they're struggling like guys like what the fuck is even being chosen like just like oh it's choosing we're choosing we so what is pre-moral choice we have to choose focus and we have to choose life like what the fuck does that even mean dude.
Yeah,
You've completely just like destroyed the concept of choice. It's unentailed, it's become unentailed right by anything. And it's just
you
like I said earlier, like it just sits over here without connections to anything else. So it's just like it can be ignored. It can just be uh dismissed like whenever, you know?
yeah you
You can't even see the connections to it.
you're just to a binary, a symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have anything more to say about what I just come on. Come on.
No, I
Like
understand.
you see, right, how they
Yeah,
take focus is like an object, right, of choice.
yeah.
Right.
Like it's treated as an end.
And it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
Like focus is selection, right? It is choice,
yeah.
right?
It is not a
They're
choice.
one and the same,
It is
right?
choice itself.
It's one and the same, right?
Yeah, and kind of like what's once you frame it that way, like other goals kind of become arbitrary because like you already
It's yeah,
choose like
focus is
focus.
literally the fact of focus is literally just the fact of, economization, right? That
Yeah,
perception is economical, that life is economical, that real world processes are economical. That's just what focus is, literally. That's what selection is.
yeah.
So like I mean continue your point with I was just adding. Continue with what you were saying.
Like if I was saying like if you frame it focus as an object, kind of other objects just follow the question. Kind of they become arbitrary. Oh, I'm already choosing to focus.
Yeah,
Like
you're stuck with the problem.
everything else doesn't matter.
You're
I'm already focusing.
you're stuck with the problem. You're stuck with an intractable problem, bro.
Yeah,
It's exactly like the problem of like like if I'm outside of the world trying to get into the world, you know? Like I'm never outside the world. I'm never confronted with the problem of being stuck outside the world and trying to get into it, right?
yeah,
I'm born and not born with me, right? And so it's like you're stuck in that kind of conundrum of bridging a dualism. How do you get how do you get across the dualism? You know what I mean?
yeah.
How do you get sensations to perception, right? Like that's the problem of perception. How do you get from sensations to perception, right?
Yeah, I see it. I'm trying to put it into words. Huh.
And that's why like they never like that's why they all the objects like choice like they just completely get erased from view because you're just stuck with the intractable problem. How do you even get to focus? And
It's
I'm
like
stuck with I'm starting with no choice, no focus, but supposedly I'm choose to focus. You know?
yeah, like like many objectivists, they buy into like the Izod gap, but they think that they have a bridge when the right answer is that there is no gap.
Right. No, well, no. They do say there is no gap, right? But
Yeah, but they approach
they
it.
don't have the argument. They don't have really the grounds to say that without the concept of
Yeah,
affordance,
they
right?
still treat it as if there is a gap.
Yeah, well, it's just like they're stuck in their fucking land of floating abstractions where fucking choice and focus and fucking life and values are all just symbols to be manipulated,
Yeah,
to be concatenated, right?
that's kind of what Lights was doing. He was like uh trying
I don't want to say
trying
it's what's light. I don't want to say it's what's light. What Lights was doing in particular. I just want to say it's like what the
like
standard like.
what was he trying to do to like uh, to convince Metoxis? He was like trying out different
Well, I'm just
formulations.
I'm just saying that's just like the conception of it, right? You're stuck in that conception,
Yeah.
right? Like of like life and value and choice and focus and all this stuff, right? It's just like symbols to be manipulated in some rationalist formalism, right? You're stuck with
Hmm.
that if you don't have the concept of affordances, right?
Hmm.
Like Binswanger made that video on the concept of affordances and how it's like essential for, you know, like grounding the argument that there is no is thought gap, really.
Yeah.
And if you miss that, right? If you miss that, then you miss the entire point, right? And that's what most objectivists miss.
That's why I was saying that Metoxis was committing to the Izod gap and he was not understanding what I'm talking
Because
about
remember
because
what I was saying about possibilities, real possibilities. That's what implies the selection problem in the first place, right?
yeah,
Like the object, right, in question here, it has to be meaningful, right? Just like there's no sense in saying that one meaningless object is chosen over any other meaningless object, right? For any other for because there's no reason why, right? There's no basis for choosing one over any other. There's no meaning involved, right? And it's just like, well, then meaning has to be imposed. But then what's the this is just irrelevant, right? The object here is irrelevant. What's being chosen is entirely irrelevant because the meaning is imposed.
Yeah. Uh.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's why the concept of affordance is so crucial here. That real possibilities are the kinds of things that populate an organism's environment, right?
Yeah. That's why I was saying that Metoxis was doing the Izod gap, and he was not understanding why I was saying that. But that's because he was not informed on it, like by affordances.
Like, well, yeah, he thinks it's fucking. He thinks affordances are like not real. Like,
Yeah.
they're just like gobbledygook. But like,
There.
without affordances, all you're saying is that we have to reconstruct affordances computationally or inferentially or what. Right? You're just if you deny the reality of it, you're literally like you just have to reconstruct it, like what you're denying the reality of,
Yeah.
because that's what's required, right?
Yeah.
It's every time you always see this
Yeah. I guess that's why I like that's a
because the
second.
move to impoverishment. Remember, it always starts with literally like we have a unity, right? There's no missing pieces in nature, right? But our theory tells us there's missing pieces, right?
Yeah.
So something else must add the missing pieces. Something else must supply missing pieces. But it's just like where did we start? We started with there's no missing pieces in nature. We look at nature, look, there's no missing pieces. Oh, but our theory says there's missing pieces. You know?
Yeah.
That's why it's always in every place.
I was calling out that his like conception of it uh has poverty of entailment, but he was not understanding it because he had no concept of uh like that there is no missing pieces, that it's complete, it's uh there's no poverty of entailment. He had nothing to
Yeah.
compare it to. That's why he was confused.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. What the fuck? Okay.
You back?
Yeah. Well, I'm looking for um my my letter. I put it down and then just like oh, there it is. Shit. Okay, I'm good. All
Yeah.
right, I'm back.
I see now why my approach was not helpful for Metoxis, because he didn't have independent access to like what I was saying.
Yeah.
So I guess if I, for future reference, if I have to like approach a person who's like some part of entailment, I have to like start with the alternative.
Like, what do you mean?
Like the impredictive view right away. So like, oh, you're a sympartial entailment. What is that? And then I have to like get into that.
I guess I didn't remember. I didn't read your whole discussion, so I didn't see. I didn't even
I
read
didn't
what
told
point you made.
I haven't told there much. I just like a couple of points. I made a couple of points.
Okay. Okay. So, all right. So maybe, I mean, if you don't have anything to add, I want to move forward. I can help move forward.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Right. So just like take everything I just said and just like keep it in mind
Mm-hmm.
and like So yeah, what I think we should do is what I pinged you earlier. I pinged you to this, right?
Like,
I think you should read. I think you should read through this. Like, start reading through this, right? And like, that's what I wanted to talk about. Like the stuff in there, like my recent ideas about values and stuff, and life as a standard.
okay,
Because I'm gonna like you don't have to read it out loud, but like I don't know, like every like the important stuff, like anything that's really cool, like that's just like an important point. Like you're like, oh, like that's important. Like I should say it out loud, you know, for the recording, right? So I can remember it later. Like that's what you should do, you know.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like like I'm gonna have to mute my mic right now for a little bit, and then like when I come back, like that's what I'm saying. Like read through it like yourself right now, right? As much as you can, because then when I come back, we can talk about the stuff that you read, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like you should still make it like say some stuff out loud for the recording, right? You don't have to read the whole thing out loud because it's pretty disorganized notes.
Yeah, I'll post it in this text, like the whole thing,
Yeah, or you can screen
so
record.
that yeah,
You can
I'm like
you can
capturing the Discord window.
yeah you can like stream it, right? You can like share your screen, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I posted it in this text. I'm like showing it in the recording.
Why in text though? Just look at the Google Doc, right?
It's just that in OBS I'm like capturing only the Discord screen.
Okay. I mean, but like, can't you share your screen or whatever on your Discord screen? You know what I mean? Like share your screen on Discord, like you're reading the paper, and then you can capture the Discord thing, and it'll capture the what you're reading too.
Okay, hold on. Okay, if I tab
Fine.
out of Discord, it doesn't show on the
Mhm.
recording. If I tab it out of Discord, it doesn't show
Out
on
of
the
Discord, it
recording.
does.
It says like it's in another window.
But like share your screen on Discord,
Yeah, I did.
right? Like Sakura does. He's able to record it. You know his screen, like reading the thing, like on Discord.
Because he like records the whole thing. I'm only recording Discord. When I when I'm streaming it and I'm I'm tabbed out, there's no preview. Just can change. Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what you got to do, bro. Just do what you got to do, okay? And just like read aloud, I guess, whatever important part. I mean, whatever part is important, you know,
Mm-hmm.
because there's lots of important stuff in there. You'll see. So I'm just gonna mute my mic for a bit. It's like my roommate's like probably like sleeping, and I don't want to like wake them up. I'm like out here smoking for a little bit.
Okay. The same fact out there can be relevant to one organism, lift to another, and nourishing to a third, not because value is subjective, but because commensurability is real. The identity of the organism, its needs, capacities, form of action, temporal scale, and the range of outcomes it can actually realize is part of the what determines which differences in the environment make a difference to it. In that sense, the world is not value neutral for a living being, even when the being tries to be neutral about it. Because neutrality is itself a posture taken by a living process that continues to run, metabolize, age, lose time, and incur consequences. The blunt core is this: what comes without effort is not a smaller value, it is the absence of value with respect to the dimension in question, because value is precisely that which requires sustaining conditions. So, like, uh, it's like sacrifice disintegrating things. It's kind of that's what is hinted at by sacrifice. Nothing is required, nothing is being demanded, which means to no conditions are being met beyond whatever inertia or drift happens to carry you, and drift is not a generator of value. Drift is what remains when no standard is held and no demand is accepted. And what remains is not a stable middle. Um, it is whatever the system defaults to under the actual laws governing in it depletion, entropy, foregone possibilities, missed timings, the narrowing of options, the loss of degrees of freedom. So like death, basically becoming an entropy sink, sinking all of entropy in itself, inside of its like local order. So the reason this has to be said bluntly is that people smuggle in a picture of neutrality. What I'm trying to set up, and I think this will be useful to establish a level of importance or concern about goals and standards, and all that, and appreciating the ramifications of this stuff. What comes to one without effort is not value, not achievement, not character, but precisely nothing. Okay? It's great. It's not because nothing is chosen as a goal, but because nothing is what remains when no demand is accepted and no standard is upheld. Values such as life or that which is lost without effort. There is thus no middle ground. As the value of life is an example. You can either pursue it or not. The question is not whether values exist, but what they can do for you, such as what life makes possible, which is every single other value. There's no metaphysically neutral posture towards values. Any values, all values known and not yet known. You either move in the direction of sustaining and enlarging them, or you default into their erosion. The middle that people imagine, where you do not pursue a value but somehow also do not incur the cost of not pursuing it, is a denial of what a value is. A value unattended does not remain waiting, it depreciates. Even the simplest bodily facts are like this. You don't have to actively choose to lose strength. You only have to stop the actions by which strength is maintained. You don't have to choose illness. You only have to let the conditions of health lapse. A value that one refuses to pursue is not an unreal value. It is a value that will not be obtained, sustained, or enjoyed by that person. Life makes everything possible, but it does not make everything inevitable. And if a person lives as though nothing is at stake, then the result is not a neutral life with fewer concerns. The result is a life in which the products that only such concern can generate do not and cannot appear. A life aimed at avoiding demands is a life aimed at avoiding the conditions of value production. It is therefore a life in which value production, in that respect, cannot occur. The fruits of goals do not appear without goals. The fruits of values do not appear without values. Seriously, focus on expanding on the main points here. Okay.
Are you reading the next paragraph?
Yeah,
You don't think there's anything important here in this next paragraph?
yeah. Biologically, inactivity is death. That's correctly put.
What about the beginning, the stuff at the beginning of the paragraph?
Yeah, it's kind of seems to me like a rephrasing. Like
Hold something
there's
is worth pursuing, worth paying for. You know, uh, that something is at stake.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
The way I'm going to justify raising those issues is to show that refusing to accept demands to hold something as worth pursuing and worth paying for does not leave you in a neutral state. The result is not a neutral life with your concerns.
This is repeating
Yeah, yeah,
something from the last paragraph, but you can live as if nothing is at stake, as is at stake, right? I like this. I like this phrasing. This is an economical phrasing, right?
yeah.
You're my language economist, we. Come on, you gotta appreciate
But
this.
yeah, I appreciate it. Like
you
biologically,
you can live this one, the italicized one.
um,
You see it? The italicized sentence.
hold on. You can live as if
The
nothing
one
is at
after,
stake,
yeah, that one.
but then nothing is what will come of your life in that matter. And because we live
And
in
the
a
next sentence too.
okay,
Well, what were you gonna say? Sorry.
um, where it is. Biological inactivity is death, life is motion, and because we live in a changing world
Well,
in which we are no exception, not to move forward is to is to move backward.
yeah, that's
Nature
a bit
does not
later.
permit stillness.
It's a bit later. But
Yeah.
this is a really good sentence too. The one after that, after the italicized sentence, the sentence after it.
Yeah. I don't want to have to care. It does not abolish caring or whether it is required. Only the fruits of caring. That's really great. They're committed to
Yeah,
a life
they're
in which the
committed to a
fruits
life.
of caring cannot exist.
So I thought that was really important to put right before, in the course of our existence. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have to care. Does not abolish caring or where it is required. Only the fruits of caring. That's like I was saying earlier, a value that is not pursued is not an unreal value,
Yeah.
right? It is a value that will not be obtained, sustained, or enjoyed by that person.
Yeah. If you
In the course of our existence.
if
Do you
you
want to read? Do you want to read?
if you evade nothing, y- the facts won't change. Like reminds me of a lyric. The writing is on the wall; it won't go away.
Yeah, your relation to what's possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
What the world makes possible for you is objective. It's real, right?
Yeah.
Whether or not you
It's
pursue those values, whether or not you enter those relationships, right? Entertain and whether or not you entertain those relationships or not, right?
it's independent of your existence, of your
Right,
attitude
right,
towards it.
right.
Yeah.
And that's what's required for life, like
Yeah.
realism, right? That's
Yeah.
why realism is required for life. It's
Every
just like the values required for life are independent of whim. Like you can't wish them up. They require appropriate action, right? They can't be obtained by just wishing, right? It's because it's reality has requirements, right? Reality is costly, you know what I mean? Values are costly, right? They have specific requirements, right? They're real, you know.
mm, every value pertaining to life requires action or a measure of effort to be achieved, sustained, or enjoyed.
Why are you skipping so much,
Uh,
bro?
no, I'm not skipping.
Why do you keep skipping so much?
I'm like, uh, where is it?
Over the course of our existence, bro.
In the course of our existence,
Yeah.
which unfolds through our actions, we find ourselves thus continually confronted with situations that invite action. Events or outcomes that may occur only through your active participation, things that are only possible through what you do, which require some appropriate action on your part. Just as a tree bears fruit only by growing, nothing in life that requires action comes about without it. Every value pertaining to life um, requires action or a measure of effort to be achieved, sustained, or enjoyed. I cannot succeed in even the most basic of goals by wishing it, but only by appropriate action, and this includes knowing or learning what I need to know in order to succeed in those goals. Something about okay. Uh, Value, it names what must be pursued under conditions where it can be lost, such as any possibilities bound to the unfolding of one's life, which it would be lost without effort. As the saying, which we have Einstein famously thanked for, goes, life is like riding a bicycle. To keep your balance, you must keep moving. That's, yeah. Biologically, inactivity is death. We already went over this.
What are you doing? Are you not gonna read this part?
Okay. I already read them because we live in a changing world, such.
Yeah, you read that.
You don't
We
have
live in a changing world, so
you don't
not
have,
to move forward is to move
you
backwards.
don't have to choose illness.
Um,
You only have to let the conditions of health lapse. You don't have to choose ignorance. You only have you only have to stop doing what
yeah,
learning
even the
requires.
simplest lived facts. Instead of saying bodily facts, I thought lived facts was like that. Life is the paradigmatic value, but even the simplest lived facts are like this.
Yeah,
So it just like you see the commensurability there, right? Every single value is a lived fact, right?
yeah,
It's commensurate with life because it's to be lived. Facts to be lived, right? Those are what values are, basically.
yeah,
Like life. Life is a fact to be lived, right?
yeah. It's not a biological fact. Is not a fact to be lived necessarily. I mean, putting it as lived fact, it would be better.
Hmm?
Putting it as lived facts as opposed to biological facts is better.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind
You
of
don't have to lose. You don't have to choose to lose strength. You only have to stop the actions by which strength is maintained. You have to choose. You don't have to choose illness. You only have to let the conditions of health lapse. You don't have to choose ignorance. You only have to stop doing what learning requires. You don't have to choose distance in a relationship. You only have to stop doing what closeness requires. Naturally, I love this part. Naturally, this applies to every aspect of our existence.
constant growth is further a psychological need of man and a condition of his mental well-being. When you know you're not making anything of yourself, not doing anything with your life, stagnating, and letting too many opportunities pass you by, everything inside you turns sour, like you're rotting away or dying as you feel yourself sinking into some nameless abyss. Uh,
Yeah.
I would
Hold
say
up.
it.
I wanted to note, like a little bit later, there's like a Brandon quote,
I,
like similar to like,
I would call it being an entropy sink, sinking entropy.
da-da-da, um, here, yeah. So, um, if you control F, like for Brandon, Branden, where I'm like definitely want to quote Brandon on this because this is a quote from Brandon right above where I say definitely want to quote Brandon on this. Did you find it?
Yeah,
You see that paragraph there right above that?
hold on. I've never known
I have never
anyone
known anyone. Yeah.
who did not have self-esteem, and I have never known anyone who didn't have the ability to grow in self-esteem.
And why is this open ended? Right. It's because it's we're the expansion of consciousness, the expansion of effectiveness of our power. It's our expansion of our reach upon the world, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
expanding into the world, right? That's why it's open ended. You know,
Because
you're not reading it.
you gotta put in the work. Hold on, I'm trying to find it uh, in the Discord file,
What are you trying to find?
like in what I'm recording. Okay, I can. I'll just read it. When we talk about self-esteem, it's always a matter of degree. You don't have to hate yourself to learn to love yourself more. You have to feel you're incompetent to be able to rise in your sense of competence and efficacy. Just as you can't have too much physical health or too much vitality, you can't have too much healthy
And you see
self-esteem.
what he's saying, like what I was saying earlier,
Yeah,
right?
it's
You don't
open-ended.
start from nothing trying to get to something,
Yeah,
right?
it's
You don't need
meaningless.
to. You don't need to start from nothing to get to something. You don't need to start from no focus to get to focus, right?
Mm. All of us have the ability to grow. All of us have the ability to expand in consciousness, in power, and effectiveness. It's open-ended. There is no such thing as all growth stops here, unless that becomes our choice. like in everything else that pertains to life, really can't stand still. There's no such thing as
It's a lot like how the meaning of life does not come from death. Like people think
yeah,
that the meaning of life comes from death. You know what I mean?
yeah. It kind of reminds me of
Like the whole nots stuff. The whole death is like invalid stuff that I talk about, right?
it reminds me of what I tell myself and other people. Like there's no point in not trying.
It requires a positive criteria for action,
Yeah,
morality. This is the point here, right?
yeah,
That action requires a positive criteria for action. There's no like you don't have to start from non-action to get to action,
yeah.
right?
There's no point in not trying. That's like what I tell people.
Well, that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm making a more general
Yeah,
ontological point.
yeah. I'm just like that's what it reminded me of. Like in everything else that pertains to life, we really can't stand still. There's no such thing as being frozen or safely stuck. We're either moving forward or we're moving backward. Our self-esteem is moving up or it's moving down. Our relationships are either getting better or getting worse. Everything in life follows that principle.
And that's key. That's
Yeah,
exactly what I said earlier. Naturally, everything. What do I say? Naturally, every aspect of our existence.
it's a
Uh,
gradient.
yeah. So everything in life follows that principle, right? If we take that to if we carry that forward, then obviously focus follows that principle too,
Yeah,
right? Yeah. You know what I mean?
moving up or down a
Life follows
gradient.
that principle. Life itself follows that principle.
Yeah,
You know, there's no equilibrium in a gradient, right? There's no nothing. There's no room for
mm,
nothing in a world of something, right?
yeah. It's not a it's not a binary. Is isn't. It's,
hmm hmm Everything in life follows that principle. I really like that phrasing of it. So now go back to where I was saying naturally. Naturally, yeah, I said naturally this applies to every aspect of our existence.
it's scale invariant.
hmm So scroll down. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Like just scroll through. Like you see it's repeating stuff. Don't say any stuff that's repeating. Just look because there's some good stuff here, but like I want to get through this because there's more important stuff even below the Brandon quote. So go back to where we were, right?
Mm,
Just like keep like scrolling through to see like some stuff here. Like, are you there?
yeah, yeah. See, there is no metaphysically neutral stance one can take towards values. Any values, both know and not yet know. Cannot pursue them
Yeah,
or
this
not.
is all repeating stuff
Yeah,
we've already said. But oh yeah, this is a good one. The basic issue is not whether something is at stake. I like this phrasing. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. The basic issue is not whether values exist, but what they can do for you, what they make possible for you. The basic issue is not whether something is at stake, but whether one will acknowledge what is at stake. Because the stakes are not created by your willingness to acknowledge them. It is simply the fact that your life is a process which, like any real world, irreversible and directed process, may succeed or fail in its requirements. The way effect bears on the success or failure of a living organism is its value of content for the organism. What any and every fact of reality is, taken with respect to living organisms, that is, those dimensions on which these facts are commensurate with the living process.
there's also the basic issue is not whether values exist, but what they make possible for a particular organism in a particular context. There's a concretization. To develop a language as a child is not merely to add a skill, it is to open a field of thought and communication that makes later forms of learning and interaction possible. If that development does not occur, it is not simply that something optional is missing. Yeah, kind of. It's opportunistic. The entire range of what can be done in subsequent stages is altered. For as long as that capacity remains
Oh,
undeveloped,
you scrolled down a lot, bro. What the hell? I was like,
mm,
where the fuck are you? And then wow, what the fuck? Why'd you scroll down so far?
I'm like search for
Oh,
the basic. It was like
bro, why'd you scroll down so fucking far, bro? I can't even find where you're at. Dude, come on, dude. You keep skipping over everything and I can't find where the fuck you're at.
okay, I found this.
Where the hell are you, bro? Like that
Um,
example has so many fucking like it's in so many different places. Where are
like
you?
the example
Trying to
with
find it, bro.
a child learning language.
Because it wasn't right below where we were. Like I don't know how far you
Uh,
scrolled down.
I no, I didn't scroll. I just searched the basic
Why?
because I was trying to find
Trying to find what?
yeah what you were reading. Like that was the wrong thing.
I was reading. It was right here at the top, bro. Right where we were.
Okay,
I was reading.
this okay. This is why you don't have to choose the deterioration.
Yeah, I was like, I was reading the paragraph above that. That's where I was.
Mhm.
Sorry, I was reading the paragraph above that. I don't know where you went. So, uh, just going through here. Yeah.
Okay, uh, this is why you don't have to choose deterioration. You don't have to stop choosing the actions
We.
that.
This is all. This is all. This is all repeating. I
Okay.
think. Let's like da-da-da-da-da. Uh. Oh, the one with undemanding. This is why the undemanding is not merely personal taste.
Mhm. It is often a strategy of shrinking one's field of action so that one can avoid confronting the costs of competence. But shrinking the field does not produce value. It just reduces the number of arenas in which failure will become visible quickly. The world does not become less demanded because one chooses smaller rooms to live in. It just becomes more confining and in time more menacing because the organism's needs do not stop being needs when one prefers not to notice them.
This just sort of like I think that was just like a ChatGPT thing, but like it was
Mhm,
sort of going off of another thing Brandon said about how people think like narrowing consciousness, right? Like something about that.
mhm.
Uh, I think we'll see it later.
The severity is earned by the fact that living systems are not allowed to pose the terms of reality while they decide whether to take reality seriously. This is why the question is not whether values exist, it's that they can do for you. What they make possible for a being of your kind in your circumstances with your capacities over time. Values exist can be true in a purely verbal spectator sense while being existentially useless to a particular organism. Oxygen exists, but that fact does not uh, oxygenate you. It becomes for you only through the maintenance of the conditions that keep you in contact with it. Food exists, but it does not nourish you unless you acquire it, ingest it, and metabolize it. And all of those are actions that can succeed or fail, be sustained or interrupted. Even something as basic as bodily strength exists as a real physical state, but it is not a static possession waits politely for your attention. It is a maintained organization, a functional ordering of tissues, neural control, metabolic support whose persistence depends on continual transactions with the environment. Okay. The question is never are there values somewhere in the universe? It is what possibilities are open to this agent in this context over time, and what actions keep those possibilities open, widen them or close them. So like dispositionality context of
Hmm.
values. Good for whom and for what?
Yeah.
Just like that's what I mentioned like earlier in the previous VC. The goal is not a daydream, it is the identification of a possible state of affairs that can be brought about by effort and that serve the organism's life in some way, directly or indirectly. To live without goals is not to live free of
You see, I
demands.
this is ChatGPT, so I
Mhm,
only you see I put like equal signs around the parts that I wanted to keep, just
mhm,
like serves the organism's life in some way. I thought that was a good wording of it,
mhm.
you know. And then the next sentence I put a highlight on. To live without goals is not to live free of demands. It is to live without a chosen direction, which means your direction will be set by default, by inertia, by avoidance, by whatever is easiest in the moment, by whatever dulls discomfort fastest. It does not eliminate consequence. That does not eliminate consequence. It merely hands the steering wheel to the lowest level impulses and the nearest pressures, because the world is not organized around your comfort but around causal law, the results of that handoff are not benign.
Yeah. If I was thinking about that, like, uh, if you don't take out the trash, the flies will take care of it for you, and you will not like it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of how you concretize it. This is also why the question is not do values exist, but what can they do for you? Because what values can do for you is inseparable from what you can do for them. What you can do to actualize them, to bring them within your reach, to preserve them, attend to them, and make them usable within your life. That is, it depends on context.
Oh, you skipped the whole previous paragraph.
Like,
I was like, where are you? Yes. Okay. Um. Okay. Yeah. This is all just repeating. Okay. I see.
but reality is not a vending machine that dispenses value
Oh,
on the.
this last sentence though was good. Not because the do nothing posture is not. In each case, the point is not that. Not that catastrophe is always immediate, but that direction is not that the direction is not neutral. Um, the do nothing posture is not a stable third option. Is the direction of drift, and the drift has a lawful end. Not because the universe punishes you for not caring, but because values are precisely the states of affairs that do not sustain themselves automatically in a living context. A value unattended does not remain waiting. It depreciates, not always on a clock you can hear, but always in a way that becomes real when the moment of need arrives and the capacity is not there. I really
It's
like that
it
that
seems
phrase.
as punishment not because you do not care, but because someone else does, something else does.
Well, it's like this part is the important part. Not always on a clock you can hear, but always in a way that becomes real when the moment of need arrives and the capacity is not there.
Mhm. Okay. But reality is not a vending machine that dispenses value on the basis of wishes. Living systems are not allowed to pose the terms of reality while they decide whether to take reality seriously. Reality answers only to appropriate action. Okay, the next is like ChatGPT
Yeah.
has to act in particular ways to remain healthy, competent, clear-sighted, capable, and free. The most basic value, life makes every other value possible, but life does not make those values inevitable. That is why there is no metaphysically neutral posture towards values. Neutrality will mean a stance on which nothing is pursued and yet nothing is lost, nothing is demanded and yet something still accrues.
By inevitable, you should probably read like probably inevitable is not the best wording. It's saying like rather life does not make values automatic, right?
Yeah,
Like the you know what I mean? It's rather the opposite.
many of the basic ones are not stockpiles but processes maintained only by ongoing conditions. And even where a value can be stored, the capacity to obtain it, the context in which it matters, and the time in which it can be used are all bound to the unfolding of life. To refuse pursuit is not to stay still, it is to default into erosion because living systems do not remain in place by default. There are ongoing interactions that must be actively sustained against constant pressures of disintegration, depletion, and missed opportunity. The middle people imagine where they do not pursue a value but do not incur the cost of not pursuing it is a denial of what a value is. It is that a value is precisely that which can be lost without effort. There are no outs from reality. You can't not play this game.
Oh yeah, the next paragraph kind of goes to that.
This is why the question, why should I care about values, is never neutral. There's already a move within the space of value. Yeah, you're already the buy-in is there. It's already the posture
Yeah,
of a
yeah, the
living
buy-in.
being, weighing whether to invest effort in maintaining and expanding what makes life succeed. Even the desire not to care is itself a form of care. It is the care for ease, for relief, for the undemanding, for the avoidance of the cost of that valuing entails. One can refuse to name it, but one cannot escape what it is. And the refusal has a consequence. It does not abolish the need for effort. It abolishes the fruits that effort alone can yield. Okay, next is ChatGPT. A living being is the kind of entity for which reality can matter, and therefore must be met by action. Values are not added to facts. Values are what facts are taken in relation to a living process.
Yeah. Oh, but I like this here. The last paragraph. What you're trying to establish is a kind of ground floor seriousness, not be virtuous, quote unquote, not here are my favorite values, quote unquote, but the prior fact that values are not decorations you can take or leave without consequence. They're not optional psychological ornaments. They are the form that certain kind of facts take for a living organism. The fact that some things must be done, sustained, protected, or pursued, or else they are lost. Uh, like opportunities, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you're trying to establish is a kind of moral ontological pressure point. The reader must be brought to see that talk of goals, standards, and values is not an optional psychological overlay we drape on a neutral world, but the articulation of what it means for a living process to exist in a world of consequences. You know, a world of causality, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you can make that felt not as exhortation, but as recognition, then the latter discussion of goals and standards will not feel like preaching or like an arbitrary turn to ethics. It will feel like an honest continuation of what has been already admitted. Yeah. Deeper ontological elaboration. You want the one that makes feel grounded in organism environmental relations is this. Values are not added to facts. Values are what facts are. in relation to living processes. Yep. Food is not intrinsically good. I mean, it's good for organisms that metabolize it under certain conditions. Oxygen is not a value in abstraction. It is a value for organisms whose respiration depends on it. Knowledge is not a floating virtue. It is a value for a being whose survival and flourishing depend on successful action under conditions of uncertainty and change. In ecological terms, the world. I like that one. Yeah. Knowledge is not a floating virtue. It is a value for a being whose survival and flourishing depend on successful action under conditions of uncertainty and change. In ecological terms, the world is not value neutral for a living being because the environment is not merely there. It is a field of forces and dangers related to organisms' effectivities. What something is for an organism includes what it makes possible for or impossible. That does not turn the world into subjectivity. It means that the subject and object are already related by the very structure of life. The organism is a system that must regulate its exchanges with the world. Yeah. The organism is a system that must regulate its exchanges with the world, and the world is a source of materials and constraints for that regulation. I like that phrasing, right? The organism is a system that must regulate its exchanges with the world, and the world is a source of the materials and constraints of that regulation. Uh, Values are not projections on a reality; they are organism relative dimensions of reality that matter because the organism is a kind of entity that can succeed or fail in maintaining itself. That is not a psychological question in the sense of what do you feel like. It is a biological and ontological one. It asks what is possible, what is at stake, and what must be done if anything is to be obtained, sustained, or enjoyed. And the severity of it comes from the fact that values are not decorative, they're not optional concerns you add to a neutral existence. Excuse me. I've been holding that burping for a while, so like been at the edge of my throat. They're the form that facts take when they're taken in relation to living beings, and any and every fact becomes commensurate with life to the extent it bears on the success or failure of the life process. The world does not become valuable by subjective coding. Yeah, the world becomes relevant, urgent, promotive, threatening, supportive, obstructive, becomes a field of what can be used, must be avoided, should be sought, must be maintained, because a living process is underway that can be advanced or impaired by what exists. Value is reality is bearing on life. This is why nothing required does not mean nothing at stake. It means nothing will be brought into being beyond what already happens without your agency. That's a really important point too. What do you think about what I've been saying, dude? Like I've just been going through really fast.
Yeah, it's uh dispositionality.
Yeah, basically. This is why nothing required does not mean nothing at stake. It means nothing will be brought into being beyond what already happens without you, without your agency, right? Without your
Mhm.
actions, right?
Yeah, like
And what happens without your agency is not the maintenance and growth of value, right? What
mhm.
happens without you is not your life, dude,
Yeah,
right?
something
What happens
else
without
is
your
life.
actions is not your life.
Something else is metabolism, not
Yeah,
yours.
it's something else it's something else for it's something for something else
Yeah,
to metabolize,
it's the
right?
flies taking care of your trash. It's the mold
Yeah.
taking care of your food leftovers.
Right. Just like imagine like your life as like a house
Hmm.
that you just like it's just like when you see like somebody just leaves a house, right? Just like leaves everything, right?
Hmm.
Or everything just starts like growing mold and like it becomes an entropy sink, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. This I wrote an article on that. You remember? It's
No, I don't
like
remember. You were I don't
I coined the term entropy sink, or like, yeah, I think that's like I wrote it forth. It's from that article.
Hmm.
I can link it to you.
Okay, but yeah, that's a good way to state it. Yeah, it becomes an entropy sink, right? What like without you, right? What becomes of your life without you in it, right?
Yeah,
What becomes of your house without you in it? What becomes of your life without you in it, right? I like that.
yeah.
Yeah. And what that means without you in it as like an active participant, right?
Hold on, I'm typing a link.
What becomes of your life without you in it? And that also means like what you are defined by what you're like willing to take responsibility for. You are defined by your values, really,
Mhm.
right? So what is your life without your values in it, right?
I linked the article.
Nice. But there's some more stuff here.
Mhm.
It'll help inspire you, right? So we
There's
can we
there's a
can
lot of stuff here.
integrate that. Yes. Ta-ta-ta-ta.
It's more
And what
about
happens
like
about your agency?
my article is more about like uh it's not a
What?
it's not a binary kind of emphasis that it's a gradient. You have to structure it.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You can just decide to have like high self-esteem from like an arbitrary point. You have to like
Right, yeah, the gradient. There's no view from nowhere, right? There's no
yeah.
like the gradient like in order to find the fastest path, right? The fastest dissipative path with the fastest rate, right? In order
Mhm.
to find that, right, it has to explore, it has to search, it has to probe the available paths, right?
Mhm.
Because it doesn't have what's it called? It doesn't it's insensitive to initial conditions, right? It doesn't have a purely fixed in advance, just like where the optimal path is already like fixed in advance. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That's why gradient requires like exploration. Uh, the fourth law, right? If there's a gradient, really, the fourth law is implied.
Kind of like taking care of your houses, maintaining local order and such.
Okay, yeah. Let's go back to where we were, right? Um, what happens without your agencies and not the maintenance and growth of value, but the drift of things according to whatever forces are operating when you are not, right? That's good. What happens without you, without your agency, is not the maintenance and growth of value, but the drift of things according to whatever forces are operating when you are not, right?
Mm-hmm.
If life is a value and it is a precondition of every other value, then it is the cleanest example. Life does not persist on wish, it persists by a continual set of processes, choices, and maintained conditions. You can refuse to treat it as a value, but you cannot thereby convert it into something that takes care of itself. I really like that.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Life it is in the cleanest example, right? Life does not persist on wish. It persists by continuous set of processes, choices, and maintained conditions. You can refuse to treat it as a value, but you cannot thereby convert it into something that takes care of itself. That's a
Yeah.
really good economical phrasing. You can refuse to treat it as a value, but you cannot thereby convert it into something that takes care of itself. Refusal does not cancel the fact. It cancels only the intentional maintenance. It cancels only the maintenance of the conditions, yeah, whatever. I just
Yeah.
like this phrasing. You can refuse to treat it as a value, but you cannot thereby convert it into something that takes care of itself.
Yeah. If you don't care about your life, something else will take care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, reality
Something
wipes
else will
out the
take care of
viper.
it. Yeah, reality wipes out the wiper once again. uh, the absence of demand does not leave the world untouched. It leaves the agent unformed, the work unattempted, the character unbuilt, the capacity unlearned. You can live as if nothing is at stake, but then nothing is what will come of your life in that matter. Yeah, going. Da-da-da. Already said all this. Yeah, this is why the question of goals, standards, and values cannot be dismissed as merely as optional or merely psychological. There's also a point that can be made with force about why should I care about this? Yeah, yeah. I don't want to have to care is not abolished. Caring or where it is required. Only the fruits of caring. They are committing to a life in which the fruits of caring cannot exist. Ta-ta-ta. Nothing will come of your life in precisely those respects where nothing was held to matter. If you treat nothing as worth demanding of yourself,
You have not achieved
right?
peace, you have achieved nothing.
Yeah, if you treat nothing as worth demanding of yourself, you have not achieved peace, you have achieved nothing. In that domain, nothing is exactly what will come of your life, not as punishment, not as moral comeuppance, but as the direct outcome of a relation to reality in which no requirement is admitted, no standard is upheld, and no effort is accepted as necessary. It's just where the requirements are not satisfied, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, one can refuse to choose them. One can refuse to choose them, but one cannot refuse the consequences of that refusal. To live as if nothing is matters is already to decide what will come of one's actions in that domain. Yeah, it's already to decide. To live as if nothing matters is already to decide what will come of one's actions in that domain. It is not a suspension of judgment, but a commitment to a determinate outcome. That nothing will be built, nothing sustained, nothing realized, and everybody knows that too,
Hmm.
right?
Like, remember the point where, like, from like,
Everybody knows that they know that commitment. They know that commitment to nothing, right? To
like,
the determinate outcome that nothing will be built, nothing sustained, nothing realized.
yeah, like, remember, like, uh, a straw that just put in water appears bent, like, and the question is, why, what did you expect it to look like? And when you
Yeah.
don't care, and like your life is ruined, what did you expect to happen? Like, everyone knows that that would be the result.
Yeah, what makes this important is that the result is not neutral. There is no 0 point at which one simply waits. Living without standards does not leave one unburdened, it leaves one empty. The undemanding does not merely lower the bar, it abolishes it, and with it abolishes the possibility of anything standing as an accomplishment. Where nothing is required, nothing is achieved. Where nothing is at stake, nothing can be won. Nothing can be won where nothing is at stake, right?
Yeah.
Where nothing is required, nothing is achieved. If you do not accept demands, if you hold pursuing worth paying for, then the default is not peace, not simplicity, not freedom from and that mean you may remain alive, you may remain busy, you may even remain distracted. But with respect to that to the mention you have refused to take seriously work, character, thought, love, ambition, truth, nothing will come of you there. Because nothing is being asked of you there. The underlying point is severe because its sexual values not belief wishes to hold something as value, to accept a standard that makes demands. Yeah, to hold something as a value is to accept a standard that makes demands on attention, on judgment, on persistence, on conduct. To value anything is to accept that reality has conditions, that achieving anything has requirements. Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff here. This is why living as if nothing is at stake is not merely a mood or style of psychological attitude, it is a metaphysical posture toward requirements. It is a way of treating the conditions of success as though they were negotiable or as though they were somehow suspended for you, but they are not. The conditions do not go away because you refuse to look at them. They do not become optional because you feel burdened by them. When you act as if nothing is at stake, what you are really doing is declining to place anything at stake, declining to bind yourself to any outcome strongly enough to pay its price. The result is not a peaceful freedom from concern, it's a life which precisely those domains nothing gets built, nothing gets earned, nothing gets sustained, and nothing gets enjoyed as an achievement.
I'm trying to think of an
Yeah.
example.
Values are the form by which you relate. Values are the forms by which you relate yourself to reality's requirements. They're the way. They're like the means by which you relate yourself to reality's requirements. Right. They're the
Mhm.
way your own reality, literally, like your existence. Right. The requirement of your own existence. Right. In reality, the way you answer implicitly or explicitly the question, "What am I willing to pay for?" Because that is what a value is in practice, a thing you will bear cost to obtain and keep. If you refuse that question, you do not escape cost, you escape value. I like that. If you refuse that question, what am I willing to pay for? You do not escape cost, you escape value. Decline to answer it consciously, you still answer it by default, and the default answer is always the same. Nothing is worth paying for. Think about that, right?
Mhm.
The price, nothing is cheap, man. What's the price for nothing? You don't want to pay the cost of anything?
Well, yeah, when you're like nothing is worth paying for, so you're paying for nothing. That's what you're doing,
Right? You're paying for nothing, right?
and you're getting what you paid for. You're getting what you wanted.
Yeah, right. You're gonna get what you paid
Yeah.
for.
What did you expect?
Did 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 you expect to get s- something other than what you paid for?
Did you expect to get
Right?
something?
Something
Something,
when
but
you paid nothing.
when you paid for nothing, did you expect something?
Mm. The consequences of that answer are not feelings, right?
Mm-hmm.
The default answer is nothing is worth paying for, right? The consequences of that answer are not feelings. They are outcomes. They are consequences. They are the shape of one's days, the range of one's competence, the stability of one's character, the quality of one's relationships, the reality of one's achievements. In other words, you can hide from the explicit language of values, but you cannot hide from the causal structure they name.
Yeah.
You are identifying simple asymmetry. There is no such thing as a value without cost. Because cost is not an optional add-on, it is a form value takes an order of identity and causality in a world where actions have consequences, goals have requirements. To treat goals as optional is to treat action as optional. To treat action as optional is to accept that outcomes will be optional too. Optional in the sense of not coming to be. I like that.
It's kind
What do you think
of,
about that?
yeah, it's degrading reality to a fantasy and then trying to forget the fantasy.
Yeah, but it flows nicely, right? To treat goals as optional is to treat action as optional. To treat
Mm-hmm.
goals as optional is to treat action as optional. To treat action as optional is to accept that outcomes will be optional too. Optional in the sense that of not coming to be. But you see
Yeah.
there's a reciprocity there, right?
Yeah.
To treat goals as optional, to treat actions as optional. To treat action as optional is to accept that outcomes will be optional too. To treat goals as optional too, right?
Yeah.
The realization of goals is optional too.
Yeah.
That's a cool reciprocity. Values such as life, yeah. You can either choose, yeah, values such as life are that which is lost without effort. There is thus no middle ground. You can either choose to allocate effort as to its requirement or allocate it elsewhere. The question is not whether values exist, but what they can do for you, right? This is why the idea of achievement already implies a contrast. There's a difference between what happens to you and what you do, between what you drift into and what you bring about. Okay, yeah. Yeah. This is why the idea of achievement already implies a contrast. There's a difference between what merely happens to you and then what you do, right?
Yeah.
Between what you drift into and what you bring about. Between an outcome you merely receive and an outcome you earn by meeting the requirements of reality. If
Mm-hmm.
requirements are treated as optional, if the stance is that nothing is really demanded, that nothing must be faced, that nothing must be paid, then the very category of achievement is being emptied out at the root. What you get in exchange is not peace, not neutrality, not freedom from strange, but the metaphysical blank left by refusing the terms on which anything is possible. I like the idea here that the idea of achievement already implies a contrast. There's a difference between what happens to you, what merely happens to you, and what you do, between what you drift into and what you bring about,
Yeah.
between a life with you and a life without you, right? Between a house with you and a house without you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
between a life without you in it and a life with you in it, a house without you in it and a house with you in it, right? That's what the idea of achievement is based on, that is grounded on that simple contrast, right? The
yeah,
difference between a
you,
life without you in it and a life with you in it, a house
you
without you in it,
cannot
a house with.
achieve a life without you because it's not yours.
Mm. But I like that. It really grounds the concept of achievement.
Yeah.
So the point is, you want the reader to feel as this: it is impossible to stand outside the realm of goals and standards because existence itself does not permit neutrality with respect to action. Existence itself does not permit neutrality with respect to action. One may refuse to choose goals explicitly, but that refusal is itself a choice about what will be pursued. The familiar, the easy, the immediate, the low cost, the non-committal, the undemanding, right? One may refuse to hold standards consciously, but the absence of standards does not yield an open field. It yields the lowest common denominator of functioning, the minimum that can be maintained without deliberate growth. And once life becomes governed by that minimum, yeah. The logic is ruthless. The capacities that are not exercised diminish. The opportunities that require effort are bypassed. The unfamiliar becomes threatening rather than inviting. The self becomes smaller in practice because it is trained to retreat from what would expand it. None of that requires a sermon to see. It is the simple consequence of how any ability exists, as something maintained and strengthened through use and lost through disuse. And decline extended over time is how nothing becomes not but a result. Life increasingly emptied of achievement because achievement was never treated as something requiring payment. Standard is not primarily a demand you make of yourself. Okay, yeah, I like this. I like this. I like this one. A standard is not primarily a demand you make of yourself. It is first a recognition of what reality demands of you if you want certain kind of results rather than others, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you refuse standards, you do not enter a blank space where nothing is expected and therefore nothing can be lost. You enter a space where nothing can be built. Yeah. Ugh. A standard is the form of a commitment. It says, this matters enough that I will subordinate other options to it, which means that it says, this matters enough that I will bear the cost of its pursuit. You see the economizing here?
Mm-hmm. So if you don't pay for values, they won't come to you. It's a kind of ties into what reality demands of you.
Yeah. If one refuses to let anything count enough to govern action, then nothing gains the power to organize action, And the default organizer becomes whatever is cheapest in the moment: avoidance, distraction, passivity, the immediately comfortable, and that is exactly what nothing looks like in a lived time. Not an event, not a collapse, and a literal non-existence, but a steady reduction of one's life into the minimum demanded by inertia. And that's actually a thermodynamic point, like the minimum
Yeah.
demanded by inertia. Uh, Even failure presupposes a standard. Even regret presupposes a demand one recognizes one should have met. Even the feeling of I fell short presupposes that there was a short of what? A criterion that would have made the action count as successful. The stance of nothing is at stake tries to keep the conveniences of moral vocabulary while refusing the ontology that makes vocabulary possible. Makes that vocabulary possible. It wants comfort without cause, significance without commitment, the self esteem of efficacy without the acceptance of the conditions that efficacy tracks. Uh, that is why it cannot remain merely psychological, it's not merely a mood, it is a policy toward the requirements of existence. It's existential, right?
Yeah. Ontological.
And policy of consequences. Yeah, yeah. It is the one achievement, quote unquote, guaranteed to anyone who refuses the terms of achievement. If the standard is nothing, then the achievement is nothing. No knowledge that had to be won, no skill that had to be trained, no character that had to be forged, no relationship that had to be earned and maintained, no productive capacity that had to be built and defended. This is not a claim about external luck or about a universe rewarding effort. It is a claim about meaning. Achievement is a concept with an internal structure. It refers to a result attained by meeting a requirement. Remove the requirement, and you have not made achievement. You have not made achievement easier. You have made the word inapplicable. Where nothing is required, nothing can be count as achieved, because there is no longer any difference between the earned and the unearned, the chosen and the drifted. You see, I like that. That's
Mhm.
the distinction between focus and drift. Is really the chosen and the drifted. You know,
Yeah. I
inertia.
also had a phrase I came up
Drift
with, like
Drift is
that's
not even really chosen. Drift is not chosen.
yeah.
Remember, you don't have to choose weakness, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to choose drift, right?
There's a phrase that I came up with that's like uh very strong. Like you can shoot for the stars on the, or you can shoot 6 feet under. There's no alternative to that.
You can still have episodes, uh, entertainments, sensations, changes of scenery, right? But you do not have the kind of thing a rational being can look at and say, that is mine in the sense that I made it, I became equal to it, I paid what it cost, and I can name what I did and why it worked. I'm just like reading through this. A goal is not merely something you want. Oh yeah, yeah, this is great. Standards are not decorations added to life. They are what give life direction, intelligibility, and continuity. A goal is not merely something you want. It is something you treat as worth organizing your actions around, which means worth saying no to other things for. That's really what a constraint is doing. You know, it's squeezing out the
Hmm.
degrees of freedom. That's how it's doing it, right? A goal
Hmm.
is not merely something you want. It is something you treat as worth organizing your action around, which means organizing your action around a goal means worth saying no to other things for. Means it's worth saying no to other things for. Or rather, organizing your action around a goal means saying no to other things for it.
Yeah. It's kind of, people that always agree, always say yes to things. They're kind of, they're moved by inertia. They're drifting.
100%, yeah.
Yeah.
To accept any demand is therefore not a refusal of some particular moral ideal, quote unquote. It is a refusal of the very mechanism by which a life becomes shaped rather than merely spent. It is a refusal to let anything be important enough to govern you. But that refusal does not leave you ungoverned. It leaves you governed by the lowest level pressures, fatigue, fear, social diffusion, immediate appetite, and the nearest distraction. So the neutrality one imagines is a mirage. In practice, it is a steady outsourcing. I like that. Is an outsourcing of one's life to whatever is easiest to do next.
Yeah. Or
If you want
something
the
else taking
reader,
care of your life for you.
yeah. Yeah. If you want the reader to feel why goals and standards matter, you do not need to argue that values are important as a floating slogan. You need only show that the attempt to discard values does not discard consequences. It discards authorship, right?
Mm-hmm.
It discards agency, right? You're what is it? You're surrendering your agency, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need only show that the attempt to discard values does not discard consequences. It also gives vision to discussion of goals and standards without sounding preachy. You are not introducing an argument. You are naming the implicit alternative that has already worked in the reader's experience. Either something is worth demanding of yourself or nothing is. Either something is worth demanding of yourself or nothing is. Either you uphold the standards that make achievement possible, or you accept the standard of non-demand, which guarantees only the quote unquote achievement of having demanded nothing.
You
Either
can.
you treat your life as something to be made, or you treat it as something that merely happens.
Yeah.
Right? That is the quiet axiomatic similarity you're aiming for.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you trying to say?
I was trying to like uh, remind that like you can shoot for the stars or you can shoot 6 feet under. It's kind of ties into that
Yeah,
painting.
here's a good one. Here's a good another way to economize it. The question of goals and standards is not an optional overlay. Yeah, the question of goals and standards is the form of the question. It is a takes the form of the question. Here, I'm just like rewriting this. The question of goals and standards takes the form of the question: will you live as a cause in your own life or as an effect?
Yeah.
Right? That's the
Mm-hmm.
question of
Mm-hmm.
goals and standards. Will you live as a cause in your own life or as an effect?
Yeah.
Your life, your existence. Will it be a cause in your own life or an effect? Right? That's a very
Mm-hmm.
powerful way of stating it.
Yeah. We talked about like death as like uh degrading of identity, like degrading of agency, kind of become more constrained.
The moment you see it that way, why should I care about this stops even making sense. Caring is already presupposed by action, and action is already presupposed by being alive. The only remaining question is what will be permitted to count enough to guide it. The only remaining question is the question of will you be a cause in your own life, or will you live as a cause in your own life, or as an effect? Life does not. Yeah. Do you want to read this paragraph? This next one. Life does not at first exist neutrally, and then later acquire values.
Well,
Do you see it?
hold on.
Does not first exist neutrally.
Yeah, life does not first exist neutrally and then later acquire values. Life is from the start the process of acting, selecting, maintaining, avoiding, sustaining, relinquishing. The moment you act, you're already in the space of better and worse, gain and loss, worth and cost, pursued and evaded. This is why the refusal to accept demands is not neutrality. Value is not like gravity. It does not simply show up whenever matter is present. Value is like form. It is the result of a certain kind of organization. The organization requires constraint, and constraint requires commitment, and commitment requires that something be taken as worth doing and worth paying for. If the reader refuses the very idea of worth paying for, he's not refusing a moral sermon. He's refusing the causal precondition of any achievement. The refusal does not float him above the issue. It places him under a law, where nothing is required, nothing is what comes to be. This is ontological, not motivational.
And that is a law. There's an
Yeah,
invariant linkage there, right?
yeah.
One is invariantly linked to the other. Yeah, a goal is not first a preference, quote unquote, and later a cause of action. Like you had to like internalize it like as like some mental representation, and then it can cause action. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the sort of like uh the alternative idea. Like Zulu holds this fucking idea about goals.
Yeah, because he is like, oh, I'm already focusing. I already chose focus. Everything else is like arbitrary. Like the stuff, the goals that I choose, the actual objects.
Standards are not decorative rules. They're what makes the they're what makes a series of choices into a life rather than a scattering of reactions. I like that quote. They are what make a series of choices into a life rather than a scattering of reactions.
Mm-hmm.
You can evade them, but then what you have is not freedom from evaluation. What you have is the dissolution of direction, the shrinking of effort, and the slow replacement of chosen ends with whatever is easiest, nearest, loudest, and most immediately comforting. This is why the undemanding is never neutral, it does not rest. It is a principle of selection that selects for non-formation.
At that point, the reader should no longer be able to ask in good faith, are we talking about goals? Because the answer will already be present in the structure of what you've shown. Talking about goals because the alternative is not neutrality but default. We're talking about standards because in their absence, standards will still operate, only unconsciously, unchosen, and therefore immune to correction. We're talking about values because the question of what matters is not optional. For being who must act, uh, for being who must act to live, it is the implicit access of every action, including the action of dismissal. And you're talking about self-esteem ultimately because it is the name for a person's lived estimate of his own efficacy in this entire process. His confidence or lack of it in his ability to stand, to judge, to learn, to persist, to pay what reality requires. If he lives as if nothing is at stake, he will, in that respect, become the kind of person for whom nothing is at stake. And that is not freedom. That is the annihilation of value at the root.
Yeah, imagine becoming the kind of person for whom nothing is at stake. Just try to imagine what that would even mean, right?
I would cease to exist.
Exactly, right? I think that's a good way to phrase it. Just like ask the person, just like try to imagine, right? You want
Becoming
you
that
think
kind of
a bit
person,
like
it's pulling down
just try to
a
imagine
building.
what would your life be like, right, if nothing was at stake.
No, Imagine becoming a kind of person for whom
A
nothing
kind
is
of
at
person.
stake. It's like
Yeah.
you're falling off a building. You're dying.
Yeah. Exactly. You're dying. You're dead. You know? You're not a person. You're just like, I don't know, a fucking corpse, right?
Yeah.
So I'm looking for something. You can keep reading like the important parts that you see. Why should I care? The question. Why should I care is not external. It's not an external critique of caring. I like this one.
Is not an external critique of Karen. It is an instance of it. The question asks for a reason, meaning it asks for a value, a stake, a standard of importance by which one answer would count as sufficient and another would not. It is, in miniature, an act of goal seeking. The goal is to justify attention and effort. Even the posture of dismissal, this isn't important, is an evaluative fact. It is a choice about what is worth thinking about, so the reader cannot escape the terrain by asking whether the terrain matters, because the question of mattering is itself made from the material of mattering. The matter, that's what matter is. It's matter because it
Yeah,
matters.
but I like it that the reader cannot escape the terrain by asking whether terrain matters.
What does the matter do? It matters.
Just like
That's why it's the matter.
yeah, you can't escape the fucking cliff in front of you by refusing to see it, right? You can
Yeah.
escape the outcome that you'll fall off the cliff if you keep walking towards it, right? If you refuse to see it.
You cannot ignore the matter because it matters. That's why it's the matter.
I like this next paragraph too. You want to read it?
This yields a clean, non moralistic conclusion that still hits with force. The question is not whether you will live by standards, but whether you will choose them, know them, and accept responsibility for them, or whether you will drift into the standards supplied by fear, fatigue, imitation, resentment, or immediate comfort. Because if you refuse to set goals consciously, you do not remain goalless. You become the instrument of goals you did not select. The demand becomes a demand of its own. The demand that nothing be asked of you.
Like that reality. Well, it asks nothing of you. It doesn't need you,
Yeah.
right?
What can it ask? What can you ask of a corpse? Nothing.
But I like this. The question is not whether you live by standard, like the non-moralistic conclusion that hits with force, right? That's the force I was talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
The question is not whether you will live by standards. The question is not whether you will choose to focus or choose to live, right? That's not the question.
Mm-hmm.
The question is whether you will choose those standards, right? Know them and accept the responsibility for them, or whether you will drift into the standards supplied by fear, fatigue, imitation, resentment, or comfort, immediate comfort, right? The undemanding. If you refuse to set goals consciously, you do not remain goalless.
Mm-hmm.
You become the instrument of goals you did not select. You did not select, right?
Yeah.
Because whether you like it or not, every real world process is an undirected process, including life, you know? So either you have you select the goals, or you become an instrument of goals you did not select, right?
Yeah, it's like uh, what does a rat ask of your corpse? Uh, Nutrition.
Nothing. Yeah. Well, nothing's required of you,
Yeah,
right? You don't have to like offer yourself up to the rat. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like you don't have to do anything. You just have to sit there.
yeah. Just a rat.
The rat is taking actions appropriate to its goals. You know.
Yeah, it.
It's like you're worse
You're
than the rat
instrumental.
in this situation. Yeah.
Like you're nutrition now to the rat.
Yeah, the reason you can't treat standards and goals as mere psychology is that the adoption or refusal of standards is not merely a private mood. It is a selection of what kinds of actions will be taken, what kinds of effort will be sustained, what kinds of trade offs will be born, and therefore what kinds of results can exist in the world. It's existential.
Mm,
If nothing is held as worth pursuing, then nothing will be pursued, and thus then only nothing may be achieved. Right? If nothing is held as worth pursuing, then nothing will be pursued.
mm,
And then what is that? What is it? What's the consequence of that? I mean,
mm,
it's pretty obvious, right?
yeah,
Here we go. Yeah. Uh, if nothing is held as worth paying for, then nothing will be paid for. Nothing will be paid for, right?
yeah.
If nothing is treated as requiring action, then nothing will then action will be confined to the bare minimum of drift, reaction, and short range relief. In such a case, the absence of stakes does not leave you with a clean slate. It leaves you with a life whose structure is defined by the avoidance of commitment, and therefore by the absence of the very things that commitment makes possible. And because you are a being that must act to live, a stance like that cannot remain an inner attitude. It expresses itself outwardly as a pattern. When effort is demanded, you interpret the demand as optional. When choice is required, you treat it as intrusive. When trade offs must be borne, you look for ways around them. When reality asks for focus, you answer with distraction. The result is not peace. The result is a life in which the basic currency of growth, effort guided by standards, never gets invested, and therefore no returns can exist. In that respect, nothing becomes of one's life, not as a punishment, not as a moral judgment imposed from outside, but as a straightforward entailment. No investment, no yield. Straightforward. That's pretty straightforward, right? No investment, no yield.
Yeah,
No debit, no credit.
yeah. Kind of got reminded like you are what you eat. If you eat nothing, you are nothing. The rat like is eating your corpse. Like you're basically you gave the rat your life.
The point is ontological and practical. Value does not appear for free. Achievement does not appear where nothing is demanded. Character does not arise where nothing is required. If you do not accept demands, if you refuse to commit to anything is worth pursuing and worth paying for, then the result is not neutrality, but the positive condition of non-realization. You will still be living, acting, choosing, coping. But the domain in which values can exist and be achieved has been voluntary abandoned. So in that domain, nothing is what becomes of your life. Neutrality is impossible. There's no middle position where I don't know if I'm liking this much, all this stuff too much, but
It kind of Goes on and on.
Yeah, there's no middle position where one neither pays the price of caring nor pays the price of not caring. I
Yeah,
like that. There is no middle position where one neither pays the price of caring nor pays the price of not caring. One pays the one price or the other. And the price of not having to care is not freedom, it is forfeiture.
yeah. You still have to care that you don't care.
Yeah, apathy, that's what it's called. Apathy.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this. I like this one. The unattended value doesn't remain morally pure but practically unchosen. It becomes practically unavailable. Not because reality punishes you for apathy, but because apathy is the name for refusing to supply the causal requirements the value needs, right? And causality does not negotiate. It doesn't accept I don't feel like caring as a substitute for the actions that caring would have guided, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't accept I don't feel like caring as a substitute for the actions. I really like that.
Yeah. Nothing is free.
You don't, yeah, you don't escape the cost of caring. You pay a higher cost. Yeah, you don't escape the cost of caring. You pay a higher cost. The loss of what caring would have made possible.
Mhm. Remember I wrote on VCText that's like uh the approach is to squish information to zero and stretch it back to something.
Yeah,
Same
I
goes
remember
for
that.
values. Like staking things, it implies multiplication. No, I mean like typically. So when you're staking a zero, you get a zero, get nothing. You're trying to stretch a zero back into something.
Hmm.
Once you,
This lets you make the crucial justification for why you were about to talk about goals and standards. The discussion is not preachy because it is not a sermon about what you ought to want. It is an explanation of what wanting and acting even are. If the reader asks, why should I care about goals and standards? The question is already the proof that goals and standards are unavoidable. The question, why should I care about goals and standards? Because why should I care is not a question about facts floating in space. It is a question about allocation, about what warrants attention, effort, commitment, and cost. The question is itself a value question. It implicitly concedes that one's life has limited time and energy, and that one must decide where to place them. So the refusal to care is not a refusal to value, it is an attempt to value without admitting valuation, an attempt to keep one's life uncommitted while still hoping for the returns of commitment. But the returns are not free floating. They are consequences of particular kinds of action over time. To demand the fruits while rejecting the roots is not a neutral stance. To demand the fruits while rejecting the roots.
that's crazy.
I like that. Huh?
That's crazy. That's so good.
To demand the fruits while rejecting the roots.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. I want fruits without roots.
It's like when an apple falls from from a tree, uh you're expecting it to fall from the sky next time.
No, I want values without reality, right? You know, the roots are trying to obtain from reality what values the value would require, right?
I want values to rain onto me from
The
the
fruit.
sky.
Yeah. No, I want values without reality. I want values to be unreal. That's literally what it is. They want
Yeah.
values to be unreal, you know?
Yeah.
They want it so bad for values to be some subjective, unreal thing, you know?
Yeah.
Give me fruits without the roots. Give me values without reality. They want it so bad. That's why they argue for it so much, you know? This like they want it
Hmm.
so bad for values to just be unreal, to just be some subjective like overlay, you know, upon facts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Kind of tired. I've been recording for like 3 hours now.
Humans can coast on many things: habit, social scaffolding, the default momentum of institutions, the stored product of earlier effort, the effort of other people, luck, the built in redundancy of a wealthy culture. A person can survive for a long time on what was already built. But the point is that in any domain where he declines to treat anything as worth pursuing, where he insists that nothing is better than him, he does not thereby preserve a neutral possibility space. He closes it. He converts that domain into an arena in which nothing can be gained because nothing will be paid. Refusing them that changes how you feel. Yeah. Refusing them is not a psychological choice that merely changes how you feel. It changes what you can causally bring about. Yeah, past all of this, I really wanted to get into dun, dun, dun. All this is repeating, all this is repeating. The evaluative content is the cost of what it requires, of the action you bring. That's the evaluative content, right? Value makes action possible. Yeah, here we go. This is a good one. Search this. To call something a value is to say, yeah, you there?
Yeah.
Did you find where it says to call something a value is to say?
Yeah. Also, fellow value is to say it is not free, it is not automatic, and it is not neutral with respects to my successful existence. It has a price in the currency of my life. Well, it makes action possible only because it is purchased by action, precisely because it requires effort. The evaluative content is the cost of what it requires, of the action you bring.
This is what I'm saying. Like this is the most basic thing you can say about values when you're not trying to like when you say what are values, right? When you're not when you're not what's it called, like giving into the rationalist like temptation to like try and form a definition, like a sequence of words, you know?
Hmm.
Right? Like what is a value? What is a value? Right? The most basic thing you can say about value is that values make action possible.
Hmm.
Right? That's the most basic thing you can say about values. Values are what makes action possible, only because it is purchased by action. It requires action. It has a cost, right? And a return, right? They make action possible. Though. That's the key. They're you know, uh, like they're affordances, right?
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, to call something a value is to say it is not free, it is not automatic, and it is not neutral with respect to my successful existence. It has a price in the currency of my life. Value makes action possible only because it is purchased by action, precisely because it requires effort. The evaluative content is the cost of what it requires, the action you bring, right? Literally, the evaluative content is the difference between a life without you in it and a life with you in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the evaluative content there, right? The action you bring, right? What the action you bring makes possible, right?
Hmm.
To call something a value is to say that its fruits are both a product of action and a condition of further action. That is why value is not just what you choose, but what your choices are buying in the finite of the in the currency of finite resources. I like that one too. This is why value is not just quote unquote what you choose, right? But what your choices are buying in the currency of finite resources. That choice is purchase, right? Choice is purchase.
Mm.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. Uh, because it's economizing.
Exactly, right.
Okay. Can we take a break?
One second, just let me finish this paragraph. To pursue one value is to forgo another possible use of those finite resources. Actions always change the cost of other actions. Hence, missed actions cannot be recovered without proportionally more cost or greater expenditure. Only activity can sustain the conditions of further activity. And because of that, missed actions are not neutral emissions, they're foregone investments. That was the end of the paragraph. But I don't know. You want to take a little break because I want to go into this, bro. Like, because it's gonna get really, really good, bro. Like, we're gonna get into the exam. Like, we can go into the example. Like, I give the concretization of like the kid, the child learning or whatever,
Hmm.
right? But also like it goes further into like costs, right? And like thermodynamics, the thermodynamics of it, right? And that
Hmm.
why thermodynamics is so like here, and then like how it makes our understanding of values much more richer.
Yeah. Sure, but like, I have to go pee.
What?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Yo, okay, yeah. I mean, we can take a break. We can take a fat break if you want, bro. I don't care. Yo, are you there?
Yo.
Yeah. Yeah, focus is all about allocation, right? That's just what focus is. Right. So we're gonna talk about that for a little bit,
Uh
line of the thingy, and then we're gonna go into life as a standard, like really, like into life as a standard of value, right? And like understanding that thermodynamically, right?
yeah. Sure.
Thinking, like you see where we left off,
Mm-hmm.
foregone investments,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like from there to the end of the section here where it goes into the next section, marginal cost or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Marginal cost is kind of just like more about this stuff. Um, it's just like it's making a specific point here. But like we're talking about cost like endlessly, bro. We don't like I want to get into the life as a standard of value stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But like there's some important points here at the end of this section. Okay. Where were we? Where were we? Foregone investments, right? So I gotta search that up again. Why the fuck is that? Why can't I find it? I just read it, bro. It was right there. Why can't I find it? Oh, I was spelling foregone wrong. I'm a dumbass. Yeah. A new opportunity for learning is evaluative because it bears on the organism's future capacity to cope with life's challenges. That's what makes it evaluative. That it bears on the organism's future capacity to cope with life challenges. The evaluative dimension is not super added to facts. I like that goal. The evaluative dimension is not super added to facts.
Yeah. It's not superimposed after the
Hmm.
fact.
Hence, constant growth is further a psychological need of man and condition of his mental well-being. When you know you're not making anything of yourself, not doing anything with your life, stagnating and letting too many opportunities pass you by, everything inside you turns sour, like you're rotting away or dying, as you feel yourself sinking into some nameless abyss. Now, these are some quotes from Brandon here. Nature has given us an extraordinary responsibility, the option of turning the searchlight of consciousness brighter or dimmer. You see how Brandon talks about it.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't talk about the choice to focus, right?
Yeah.
And I think he even explicitly said, like in psychology of self-esteem, he says like, "Oh, my view of free will is broader than what Rand means by free will."
Yeah. Brothers and not a Boolean.
Yeah, exactly. He says this is the option of seeking awareness or not bothering to seek it or actively avoiding it. The option of thinking or not thinking. This is the root of our freedom and our responsibility. We can formulate a vision of what values are worth pursuing and then pursue the opposite. I like how he's saying this, right? The
Yeah.
option of thinking, this is the root of our freedom. We can formulate.
You're cutting out. Yo.
Yo, can you hear?
Yeah.
Okay, I just left and rejoined. Okay. Right. This is the option of seeking awareness or not bothering to seek it or actively avoiding it. The option of thinking or not thinking. This is the root of our freedom and our responsibility. We can formulate a vision of what values are worth pursuing and then pursue the opposite. What is that? That's evasion, right?
Yeah.
We can formulate a vision of what values are worth pursuing and then pursue the opposite. We can decide that a given course of action is rational, moral, and wise, and then suspend consciousness and proceed to do something else. We are able to monitor our like, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows that you can do that.
Yeah.
Like when like any guy can remember, like just like instead, right? Like I know that it's unwise. I know that it's like a given course of action is rational, moral, wise, and then I suspend consciousness and proceed to do something else, like play video games or fucking jerk off or something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
We are able to monitor our behavior and ask if it is consistent with our knowledge, convictions, and ideals, and we are also able to evade asking that question. The option of thinking or not thinking. Our free will pertains to the choice we make about the operation of our consciousness in any given. See, you see? Look at this. Look at this. Our free will pertains to the choice we make about the operation of our consciousness in any given situation, to focus it with the aim of expanding awareness or to unfocus it with the aim of avoiding awareness.
Mm-hmm.
You see how he makes the primary choice as to focus it with the as more or less focus, right? As a
Yeah.
gradient, right? He never says it's either focus or drift, right? He says
Yeah.
it's a gradient. Yeah.
It's about something. Aboutness.
Yes, right. The choices we make concerning the operations of our consciousness have enormous ramifications for our life in general and our self-esteem in particular. And a person living unconsciously, they institute so this is another quote. They institute a basic sense of impotence expressed in the feeling of quote unquote, who am I to know? Who am I to judge? Who am I to decide? The consequence of too many retreats from the responsibility of thought and judgment in situations where the person did not have to retreat, where an effort could and should have been made but was not, where fear and uncertainty took precedence over the efficacy and opportunity for knowledge to grow. Ugh. Yeah. The problem is, when we are actively avoiding awareness or not trying to seek it, we often fail to appreciate how much of our suffering is attributable to that fact. We do not see the connection between our avoidance of awareness and the emptiness of our marriage, the unhappiness of our children, the disappointments in our career, our anxieties in the face of change and growth, our chronic boredom and fatigue, the unresolved conflicts that tear us apart, or our impoverished self esteem. Our thinking never gets deeper than quote unquote, there's something wrong with me, or there's something wrong with the world, or why doesn't life make more sense, or why me, God? And too often, our response to frustration and pain is to shrink our consciousness still further, to make life bearable, we imagine, as we sink deeper and deeper into the void of the unreached and unfulfilled. Anyway, this is what I was referring to earlier with the smaller and smaller rooms, right?
Yeah.
To make life bearable, we imagine, right? As we sink deeper and deeper into the void of the unreached and unfulfilled. That was all straight Brandon quote here. I love this quote. when we avoid awareness in context where awareness is needed, there is no mystery why we so often experience insecurity and anxiety. We face life disarmed. The more conscious we are, the more options we are aware of in any situation. The less conscious we are, the fewer the options of which we are likely to be aware. Another way of saying this is to observe that the more conscious we are, the more resourceful in meeting life's challenges. The more resourceful we are in meeting life's challenges.
Mm-hmm.
I really like that quote too, right? The more options, the more conscious we are, the options we are, the less conscious we are, the fewer the options of which we are likely to be aware. Another way of saying this is to observe that the more conscious we are, the more resourceful we are in meeting life's challenges. So it's you see how he's talking about a selection problem, an allocation problem,
Yeah.
right? Rationally, we do not judge our competence in the sense we meant here by factors outside our control. The experience of self efficacy does not require omniscience or omnipotence. Self efficacy is not the conviction that we can never make an error. It is a conviction that we are able to think, to judge, to know, and to correct our errors. It is the trust in our mental process and abilities. Self efficacy is not the certainty we will make we will be able to master any and every challenge that life presents. It is the conviction that we are capable and principle of learning what we need to learn, and that we are committed to doing our rational and conscientious best to master the tasks and challenges entailed by our values. Right. It's like, yeah. This is the point here. Self efficacy is deeper than confidence in our specific knowledge and skills based on past successes and accomplishments. Although it is clearly nurtured by them, it is confidence to acquire knowledge and skills and to achieve successes. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So we're starting from the successful everyday, like the.
We're starting from uh the richness of the world. You're cutting out again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I said at all?
No. Everything after that, after self-efficacy is deeper than confidence. I didn't get that.
Okay. Self-efficacy is deeper deeper than confidence in our specific knowledge and skills based on past successes and accomplishments, although it is clearly nurtured by them. It is confidence in what made it possible for us to acquire knowledge and skills and to achieve successes. It is confidence in our ability to think in our consciousness and how we choose to use it. Right, and so that's the point that was made here. It is self-efficacy is not the conviction that we can never make an error. It is
Mm-hmm.
the conviction that we are able to think, to judge, to know, and to correct our errors, right?
Mm-hmm.
That are that we're efficacious in the world in such respects. Like in epistemically, we're epistemically efficacious, right?
Yeah.
that or that perception is not just like hallucination, that thinking is not futile, you know what I mean, that we're not
Mm-hmm.
impotent, right, to know the world, right,
The benevolent universe
just
premise.
just the fact that we can know, just that, yeah. That's
Mm-hmm.
the starting point. That's where we need to start, right? We can't start from the question of like, can we know, or maybe we can't, or maybe we can, It's just
Mm-hmm.
like, we can, you know? How is that possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of the intractable problem of just like being stuck with the failure, of the mind, right? Of perception to know the world. We start from the success, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And if the challenges of new learning feel, yeah, if the challenges of new learning feel intimidating and overwhelming, one tends to cling to the known and familiar. But if the known and familiar are inadequate to the requirements of the new situation, the result is failure and the deterioration of an already wounded self-esteem. But yeah, this is like a lot really law-like statement. I really like this statement. One tends to cling to the known and familiar, right? If the challenges of new learning feel intimidating and overwhelming, right? But this is the law-like statement. If the known and familiar are inadequate to the requirements of the new situation, the result is failure.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another, like, I can add to this point here, and this is perfect here. Um, mm-hmm. Where is it? Here it is. 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 Right. Yes. Okay, I really like this point, right? I think it's quite useful how this argument generalizes. This is me writing. I'm like, I think this is quite useful how this argument generalizes. For example, if someone insists on being unconcerned with ethics, they simply would not be able to succeed in anything that requires they be concerned with ethics. Or to the extent I distrust my mind and judgment, I simply would not be able to succeed in anything that requires a mind committed to awareness. Like it's very clear, right? To the extent I distrust my mind and judgment, I simply would not be able to succeed in anything that requires me to trust my mind and judgment, right?
Mm-hmm.
I really like that law like generalization, right?
It reminds me, uh, when I do something right, like, and it feels good, I often forget how good it feels when when I have the next opportunity to do it.
It's a statement about requirements, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the extent I distrust my mind, I simply would not be able to succeed in anything that requires someone to trust their mind. It's just like it's very obvious, like very axiomatic that statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like that can be very like that can be generalized to anything, to like everything, right? To the extent I'm missing a finger, I won't be able to do anything that requires I have all my fingers, right?
Mm-hmm.
um, And it's also very important too. We live in a psychological age, or at the beginning of one. It is doubtful if at any other time in history there has been so much awareness on the part of so many people that often they do not know what they feel, what they long for, or where they are going. But like that's a quote from Brandon. But Brandon also talks about like the informational age now. It's like no other time in history. People are like confronted with the responsibility to know, right? To
Mm-hmm.
know a lot, like of independent judgment, like to such an extreme extent. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
To become an individual in the world. You know what I mean? Rather than just like follow the fucking church's teachings or something. You know, become an agent through which God acts or something, right? the nation,
Hmm.
the culture, whatever. I like this. All action draws on finite resources. Yeah, this is why value is inseparable from cost. All action draws on finite resources, energy, time, uh, all that stuff, right? Scarce resources. This is where thermodynamic resonance appears, even if unspoken. A living system is not a closed equilibrium; it's an open, energy dissipating process that maintains local order through continuous work. Order, whether biological, whatever, is not given; it is maintaining its drift. The very fact that a value enlarges possibility means it must itself be sustained through resource expenditure. There is no free surplus of agency.
Yeah, nothing is free.
A fact is evaluatively charged for an organism to the extent that it changes what the organism can successfully do. Oxygen has evaluative content for a human because it enables respiration and therefore life. A predator has evaluative content for a prey animal because it bears directly on survival. A new piece of information has evaluative content because it changes the landscape of prediction and choice. A change in social trust has evaluative content because it alters the stability of cooperation. A fact bears on a living organism in a specific way, depending on how it alters the organism's ability to continue and expand its action. Uh, Yeah, consider something as simple as physical strength. Strength is not merely a state, it is a capacity. It makes lifting possible, carrying possible, enduring possible. Remove it, and an entire classes of action disappear. Right? The same is true of knowledge. Knowledge makes prediction possible, planning possible, navigation possible, trust makes intimacy possible, health makes sustained exertion possible, life itself makes every other value possible. Values are enabling condition or enabling constraints, right? They are not passive ornaments, but operative powers within a process. To possess a value is to stand in a different relation to what one can do. A value is not merely something one contemplates, right? It is something that opens a field of possible action. Uh, yeah, the most basic thing that can be said about a value is not that it's desired, nor that it is good in some detached evaluative sense, but that it makes certain actions possible. That is already a radical clarification. Yes, an organism cannot actualize all possibilities simultaneously. It must select. Selection presupposes evaluation. Evaluation presupposes stakes. Stakes presuppose that some states of affairs make the continuation of yeah, more or less possible. The necessity of selection is built into the structure of action itself. That's like an Austrian point. Like Austrians already know all that shit. You know,
Hmm.
evaluation arises because not all possibilities can be realized simultaneously. Right? They're differentiable. Right? Not all actions contribute equally to the continuation or enlargement of one's life. Right? All action draws unlimited time, energy, attention, and material resources. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just tired of talking.
Sorry. Should I go over the marginal cost stuff really quickly? Can you see the marginal cost stuff? Do you see it, like can you skim over it like and see the main point of it?
Yeah,
Yeah, what do you think here?
it's like opportunistic.
Hmm?
Uh,
Yeah, it's all about timing, right?
yeah, opportunities.
An opportunistic physics, man. The fourth law. Anything that requires that I have acted this way rather than that way will not be possible if I have acted this that way rather than this way, such as if I was seeking awareness or not, evading or not. If a certain result depends on my having faced what I saw and known what I knew, then it cannot arise from my having evaded it. If clarity requires that I sustained awareness, then it cannot be the product of withdrawal from awareness. If I cultivate awareness, I am building capacities that will condition my later options: perceptual acuity, integration, memory, confidence, and judgment. If I evade awareness, I am building something else: habits of avoidance, blind spots, fragmentation, increasing cost of later clarity. Seeking awareness is not just one action among others. It builds a habit of attention, increases tolerance for cognitive effort, lowers resistance to difficulty, strengthens integration, and trains perceptual and conceptual discrimination. Over time, the organism becomes better at being aware. That means that the marginal cost, the additional cost of further awareness decreases. Yeah, what do you think about that? I thought this was a very important point. Awareness makes awareness cheaper,
Yeah,
right?
it's
Makes further awareness cheaper.
yeah, psychological inertia.
Mhm. Seeking awareness makes the cost of further awareness, it decreases the cost of further awareness. This means that the marginal cost, the additional cost of further awareness decreases. It becomes easier to notice inconsistencies, easier to sustain focus, easier to correct errors, easier to confront uncomfortable facts. What once required great effort begins to require less. Evasion does the opposite. Evasion is not the absence of awareness, it is the active suppression of it. It trains avoidance, it increases anxiety around difficult facts, it builds fragmentation, it raises the cost of future awareness. It raises the cost of future awareness, right? Because now awareness threatens not only new facts, but the exposure of previous evasions.
Yeah,
The and becomes less tolerant of cognitive friction. What could have been faced easily earlier becomes increasingly painful later.
the more you do, the more you
Yes,
do.
this
The less you do, the less you do.
this is an extraordinarily important insight because it reveals that the economy of action is not static. It evolves. The cost structure changes depending on past allocation. The more one invests in awareness, the cheaper awareness becomes relative to ignorance. The more one invests in evasion, the more expensive awareness becomes relative to continued evasion. This is precisely what makes missed actions non-neutral. If I repeatedly choose awareness when it is difficult, I am not merely gaining information. I am building a structure that reduces further cognitive costs. I am increasing my capacity. My later possibilities expand, right? If I repeatedly choose evasion, I am not merely postponing discomfort, I am increasing the cost of confronting reality later. My future range contracts. I create a self reinforcing loop in which evasion becomes easier in the short term and awareness becomes increasingly costly in the long term. The same logic applies to strength. Exercise lowers the marginal cost of further exercise, right? And so this applies to all values, basically, it seems like, right?
Yeah,
Exercise lowers the marginal cost of further exercise.
the more you do, the
Inactivity
more you
raises
do.
it. Yeah. Learning lowers the marginal cost of further learning, right? Intellectual passivity raises it. Honest communication lowers the marginal cost of deeper intimacy. Silence and concealment raise it. And that's very clear, right? Like the more silent you are with a person, right? Like the more the more distance grows between you, and the more effort, the harder it becomes to get that connection back, right?
Yeah.
Lowers the cost. Discipline lowers the marginal cost of discipline. Indulgence raises it. If instead I have repeatedly chosen evasion, narrowing attention, suppressing what I see, deferring integration, then awareness becomes harder. The marginal cost increases. The system now carries unresolved tensions, inconsistencies, anxieties, distortions that must be overcome before clarity can be regained. The price of honesty rises because the accumulated backlog must be paid. This is why your first sentence is so important. Anything that requires that I've acted. Yes. The path matters, right? If I did not build the capacity, I cannot deploy it. I like that. If I did not build the capacity, I cannot deploy it. If I did not integrate the knowledge, I cannot rely on it. If I did not cultivate the discipline, I cannot draw upon it when difficulty arises. I really like how this like frames it, like how you can start talking about it this way, right? Understanding it this way. Don't you really like how like these it's being phrased here, you know?
Yeah.
There's something about it, right? If I did not build the capacity, then I cannot deploy. It's the dispositionality, right? If I did not build the capacity, if I did not integrate the knowledge, I cannot rely on it. If I did not cultivate the discipline, I cannot draw upon it when difficulty arises. There's something so I don't know, like so familiar, right, about that phrasing of it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh wait, no, wait, that's what knowledge really is, right? Or like that's what these values really are, right? You know what I'm saying? I cannot rely on it, right? What are capacities? Capacities are to be deployed, right? That's why I build them, right? Why do I integrate knowledge? So I can rely on it, right?
Yeah.
Why do I cultivate a discipline? So I can draw upon it when the difficulty arises, right?
Yeah.
The same structure holds in physical training. Exercise lowers the marginal cost of further exercise. The first workout after inactivity is disproportionately costly. The system is deconditioned. But once conditioning begins, subsequent workout demands relatively less from the system because capacity has increased. Strength, endurance, metabolic efficiency all reduce the relative cost of continued exertion. Conversely, missing workouts raises the marginal cost of future exercise. The longer the lapse, the greater the cost to resume. The system drifts, and restarting requires overcoming additional friction. Again, this is not a moral judgment, it is a lawful restructuring of cost over time. Yeah, it- it's just a structural point. Ontolog- Because marginal cost is path dependent. That's very important, right? That makes it very clear. Marginal cost is path dependent. Action is irreversible in its consequence. What do you think about this, bro? And
Yeah.
because marginal cost is path dependent, action is irreversible in its consequences.
Yeah. That's the second law and the fourth law.
Right. But you see, like that statement here really connects the fucking everything we know about when we're talking about Austrian economics and like marginalism, right?
Mhm.
It connects it all to the second law and the fourth law, right?
Yeah.
Because marginal cost is path dependent. Action is irreversible in its consequences. Once a certain trajectory has been taken, the cost of reversing course is not the same as if one had acted differently from the start. And that's really what irreversibility like really means. Like, it's like the cost of reversing the process is not the same
Yeah.
as if one had acted differently from the start, right? Missed actions cannot simply be repaid and sometimes be compensated for, but only at a higher expenditure.
Had the
Now
cost been the
overcome not
same,
only
it would not be a process. It would be an infinitely long process.
yeah, right. It would be at least right. That's what reversibility means.
Yeah.
What?
I was just saying, yeah.
Okay, sorry. No, because you cut out when you said that. Okay. They can sometimes be compensated for, but only at a higher expenditure. The organism must now overcome not only the original requirement, but also the accumulated structural effects of prior neglect. Yeah. That is what you mean by evaluative content being more or less marginal cost. Yeah, I forgot that gave that formulation. Evaluative content is more or less marginal cost. What do you think about that? Because remember, it's also just another way of value is what makes action possible. Values make certain action possible.
Uh, yeah,
Hmm?
it kind of builds on top of each other.
A fact, an action, a habit, a choice has a valuative content insofar as a fact has a valuative content insofar as it shifts the marginal cost of what matters to a living process. So, insofar as it enters the economy of action,
Yeah.
basically.
You go up the gradient or down the
The
gradient.
Yeah, the economization of finite resources, or the allocation of finite resources, the economy of action, the organism's economy of action, right?
Yeah.
Who's this? Somebody texted me on Zulu server. Mm. Okay. What was I thinking? Um, right. Evaluative content is more or less marginal cost. Yeah, a city that makes further integration, growth, and activity cheaper, or it makes them more expensive. It either expands the feasible set of actions at tolerable cost or shrinks it. That is an objective feature of the organism's economy of action, right? It is not neutral with respect to successful existence. It either lowers or raises the marginal cost of what must be done to exist successfully. Yeah, this room. Yeah, to not cultivate awareness is not. Yeah, to not cultivate awareness is not to remain at a baseline. At baseline awareness, it is to allow the cost of awareness to rise. To not cultivate strength is not to remain equally strong. It is to allow the cost of strength to increase. To not cultivate knowledge is not to remain equally ignorant. It is to make knowledge progressively harder to acquire because the scaffolding that earlier learning would have provided is absent. Okay. Yeah, are you still there?
Yeah. I'm a language
I mean,
economist. I'm not very talkative.
yeah, sorry, we didn't really get. I don't know if you want to end it here because we can continue it later, maybe when more people are on. Because like now that we got through all this, I think we can go into like basically what I would do is like the next thing search bound or or search binding, yeah, the section binding. That's where it would really get into like understanding life as a standard of value,
Hmm.
right?
Uh, as like constraints.
Right, but what life as a standard of value itself like it
Hmm.
means, right?
Okay, we can
Like we
continue
we
later.
we were just understanding the allocation problem, right?
Yeah.
Focus as an allocation problem.
Hmm.
I think that's a very good way of framing it, right? And that's how, and just like also saying like that, that's how Nathaniel Brandon frames it, right?
Hmm.
Right, and he explicitly says like, oh, like his view is a little bit different than Rand's view, right? Or like broader, you know what I mean? Free will, right?
Hmm.
He characterizes it basically as an allocation problem, not explicitly, but like, implicitly, what he's implying is an allocation problem, right?
Yeah.
And you know, and we know what allocation problem is, right?
Yeah.
What's an allocation problem? What is it? What does it imply? What does it require us to consider?
The resources, reality,
Right. Yeah.
the
Resources.
finitude, the finitude of resources, the cost.
Exactly. An allocation problem requires us to consider costs,
Yeah.
resources, right? Potentials, right? It requires
Hmm.
us to consider potentials,
Hmm.
right? Possibilities, right? Because whenever you
Yeah.
even talk about possibility, you're already talking about a whole space of alternatives, right? That implies an allocation problem. So it's reciprocal. You see,
Yeah.
an allocation problem, it implies it requires us to consider possibilities, real possibilities, right? And real possibilities, they require us to consider like allocation problem, right?
Yeah.
The allocation problem. But it's two different things, right?
Yeah.
Two different things. It's just, well, to basically sum it up, right? It's a We have a focus, selection, choice, all that stuff, allocation. Those are all fourth law terms, right?
Yeah.
And possibility, that's a second law term,
Yeah.
obviously.
Costs are second law terms.
Right, exactly. Man, I really like doing that. You see how it really helps with integration,
Yeah.
like making the distinctions, like saying like these are fourth law terms, these are second law terms, these are first law terms,
Yeah. I'd say we have a great synergy.
right? Because it's very clear how the laws of thermodynamics, they're mutually entailed, right? Like they're mutually entailed in like very specific ways, like they entail specific things about each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it makes it so we never really conflate what we're talking about, right? But still keep it all connected, right?
Yeah.
We're carving nature at the joints, right? At the joints. Carving nature at the joints. That's what that means. That's why the laws of thermodynamics are so like really, really good, like as a standard, right? For that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think? We tell me. How have you integrated so far? Right. Give me the first law terms. Right. Give me the concepts that are distinctly first law terms.
Like choice and
Just
cost.
first law terms that that first come
Like
to mind. Right. What are
the
the terms that are distinctly first law terms?
the finitude of resources.
Finitude. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely a first law term.
The mutuality of cost and
Mutuality. That
mutual-
mutuality is definitely a first law term.
mutuality of cost and choice.
Well, don't. I'm just talking about the concepts here,
Yeah.
right? Mutuality is definitely a first
Mm.
law term. Finitude
Reciprocity.
is definitely a first law term. Hmm?
Reciprocity. Is that a second law term?
No, reciprocity is a second law term.
Yeah. Okay. Symmetry.
Yep.
Reversibility.
Commensurability. What?
Reversibility.
No.
No,
What
that's not the first law
do you
term.
mean? No, of course not.
Okay. Mm.
Commensurability, unity, continuum,
Yeah.
continua, right? Continuity, right? Necessity in metaphysics, right? Uh, Validity in epistemology.
Hmm.
Um, you know, all closed entailment loops, right?
Yeah.
Are instances of the first law, right?
Mm.
The first law is just an expression of the existence of closed entailment loops, or like closed entailment loops are expressions of the first law. They're all that's what they are, right?
Hmm.
So impredicativity,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Or like uh rather closure to efficient causation entailed by impredicativity. That's the first law term.
Yeah. Uh,
Extension, extensionality,
mm,
existence, universe,
structure.
uh
Uh,
physical. No, structure is not a first law term. Structure is a second law term.
multifractality, maybe.
No. What the
No.
fuck? No, that's a second law fact.
Okay. Mm.
Physical universe, uh
Reality.
existence, e- I would no, reality is a second law term.
Okay.
Because it's about costs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reality is costly.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it is. Like that's the second law term. So yeah, reality is a second law term. Uh,
Okay.
nature. Um,
Identity.
nature might be a third law. No,
No. Crazy.
no. Identity is both the first and second law.
Yeah.
Neither one or the other.
Yeah. That's right.
But, you know, existence exists. You could partition that as, like, existence is
Mm-hmm.
first law and exists is second
Mm-hmm.
law,
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was thinking
And
too about that.
and physical just means subject to universal time translation, uh, symmetry of a cross reference of the universe itself, a cross
And it's
reference
like,
means, right? The continuity of the universe itself.
yeah, and
That's what I understand by physical. Physical just means subject to the continuity of the universe itself.
yeah, and like the first and second law themselves are mutual and reciprocal.
Mhm, of course.
Yeah, that's why existence exists. It's impredicative.
And what are second law terms, right?
Yeah,
Actuality and potentiality are
yeah,
both second law terms at equal with equal ontological standing, right? Both as irreducible aspects of total entropy change, right? You need both for to characterize entropy change.
yeah,
And so, yeah, well, change, causality, that stuff, right?
yeah. That's second
uh,
law.
difference,
Difference. Yeah,
intentionality with an S, right?
yeah,
Intentionality with an S. Um, intentionality with a
and
T too, right? So both,
intensity.
right? But both intentionality and intentionality, right? Both with a T and with an S are they're both second law terms.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, specificity is a first law term, right?
yeah. The,
Yeah, I forgot about that. Specificity is a first law term because it's a closed entailment
uniqueness.
loop.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
uniqueness.
closed entailment loop. What other second law terms are there, bro? Come on, form and function, right? They conform to the potentiality, actuality, uh, distinction, in total entropy change, right? The split balance equation of the second law, right?
Yeah.
So potentiality is function,
Agency,
actuality is form, right?
agency.
Interesting. Um, agency. I don't know if I would call that a first law term or a second law term. I think it would just be like it doesn't really fall into one.
Like
Yeah.
irreversibility. That's it.
Yeah, irreversibility. Yeah, okay. Maybe if you call that agency, world involvement. Yeah, those are second law terms. Yeah, world involvement, agency, irreversibility. If those are all
Yeah.
like equivalent, right? Yeah, organization, order, disorder, right?
Hmm.
Action, end, right?
Yeah.
End means um
Yeah. And implies uh, irreversibility.
mm,
And
end
implies
means
that something ends.
value, goal, right? All
Yeah.
these things are second law terms. They're all second law terms.
Yeah. Ends imply that something ends.
And shit, I don't even know what would be a third law term,
It's
honestly.
like uh it's like in
limits,
yeah,
limits,
limits,
a
yeah.
limit.
It's like
A limit is a third law term for
like
sure.
uh to like achieve total entropy of a crystal you need infinite steps, endless steps. So it's a limit.
Oh yeah, maybe actually reversibility might be a third law term.
Uh,
Infinity, irreversibility. These might. Do you
yeah,
think it would
yeah.
be?
An
Yeah.
infinite process, an eternal,
Right.
infinitely long process. Yeah,
Right. Like the
that's
first law, it's all about finitude.
yeah. That would be
Yeah. So
reversibility.
right. Yeah. So maybe it's a third law term, right? Equilibrium, right?
Yeah, it's like it's impossible to get to 0 Kelvin because if you get there,
Zero. Zero
yeah,
is
indeed,
zero a third law. Yeah. No.
yeah, the
Zero is a third law term.
yeah, it's like if you get to 0 Kelvin, from what point? From a non-zero point, that's impossible.
Right. 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 Exactly. Right.
Yeah,
There's no middle ground. There's no intermediary
yeah,
between zero and
there's no
non-zero.
neutrality.
Right. There's no intermediary between zero and non-zero.
Yeah,
Right. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. The reversibility. Yeah. Those are all third law terms. Really.
and
That makes sense.
since it's about reversibility, you can't stretch zero into something.
Mhm.
You can't squish something to
Yeah. Yeah.
zero, stretch it back into something.
Yeah.
That's
That's a
that's the
fact of the third law.
yeah. It's crazy that
There's definitely a fact of the third law.
I haven't thought about the third law that way when I made that formulation.
Yeah. The third law is it's important, man. It's underappreciated.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
so
It's still mutually entailed by all the other laws, right?
yeah. So these like uh
It's what a limit is,
these
right?
computationalists, they're breaking every law, every single one of them.
Yes. Yeah. Routinely, yeah, they
Yeah.
routinely violate all the laws of thermodynamics.
I mean, it starts off with the first law. If you violate the first law, everything falls like dominoes.
Well, yeah, if you violate any of them,
Yeah.
because you can't have any of them without any the other ones, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, now fourth law terms go.
Uh choice.
Hmm.
Uh
Rate.
yeah, rate. Uh gradient.
Gradient?
Wouldn't that be a second
No,
law?
that's the second law term. Yeah.
Yeah. And directedness.
Exploration. No, that's the
No?
second law term.
Yeah.
Exploration,
Yeah.
search, foraging, right?
Entrepreneurship.
Right.
Discovery.
Um,
Discovery I feel like is a second law term. It's like epistemic.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Fourth law terms, man. Really interesting. It's like really interesting that fourth law terms are distinct from second law terms.
Yeah, yeah.
But like they are. Yeah.
Variation.
No, that's a second law term.
Mm, yeah.
Mm. Like you think of it like this, like well, like standard is a second law term, right?
Yeah.
Standard is a second law term. Basis, right? Like a basis for selecting one, like a standard, right? Standard is a basis
Hmm.
for selecting one uh one thing over another, right?
Yeah.
Preferring one over another, right?
And then selection is the fourth law thing.
Right, right, right. So you see how it's mutually entailed,
Yeah.
right? But you see how it's like, oh, you start connecting everything so much,
Yeah.
like more, like everything starts fitting together. You know what I mean? Because you know the relationship between like the fourth law and the second law. So then
Yeah.
you know the relationship between all the second law terms and the fourth law terms, right?
Yeah. And the fact that we were just finding out things about the third law is also like great.
Hmm. Sure. But it really helps because like, people like you see in my notes, like I talk about like when I'm talking about this, right? It's like
Mm-hmm.
people like they'll get really confused when they start thinking of like like oh like the distinction between like the distinction and relation of uh matter and mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
For example, right? Mind and matter. When when it's really like when under this framework it's understood that matter is a first law term, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that mind is a second law term,
Mm-hmm.
right? It's a function term, right? A
Yeah.
potential term,
And
right?
the gap is
And
the third
and
law term.
body is the form, the corresponding form term, right? Body and mind correspond to um actuality and potentiality, or like
Mhm.
the potential and its actualization, right?
And the gap is the third law term, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's just entirely different. It's just like you're trying to make a distinction at the wrong level, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Mm-hmm.
And so you got confused, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or like form and matter, right? That's another one,
Yeah.
right? There's a is like matter is a first law term and form is a second law term that is necessarily conjoined with its like complementary term function, right?
Yeah.
Like in characterizing total entropy change, right?
Yeah.
So like I talk about that in my notes in the form function split balance note. I don't know if you checked that out in my note, in my Obsidian Vault.
Yeah.
That's what it's titled. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I checked it out.
Yeah. Form function split balance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I talk about that all on there. Um, but you see how it really clarifies it. When like you see people like struggling, like just talking about like these like distinctions, right? And when you come at it, like it's just like you already have the understanding, like, oh, that's the first law term, that's the second law term. Now I know how they relate,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen me do that. You've seen how I approach like some people struggling with something. I'm like, no, no, this is a second
Yeah.
law term.
Yeah.
Right?
I used to think your approach was like quite alien. Like, wow, I haven't considered that angle at all, and it's working somehow. Like, it makes sense now.
Mhm. Articulate that, because that's
Yeah.
like I can't, I don't have your perspective. So tell me, like you were seeing how I was approaching it like that. Like I was talking about, oh, this is a second law term. This is a
Mm-hmm.
what were you thinking about that?
Like, in contrast to what I said to Metoxis, uh, I kind of miss that he will not be able to tell the difference, but uh, you are able to tell the difference. So you know where to start from.
Right. Well, you know how to characterize the important distinctions here.
Yeah,
How to foreground them.
yeah,
Right.
and how to articulate them to the other
Or-
person.
I thought you were
Like,
saying something else. I
um,
thought you were saying like, oh, you noticed. how I would do this, like, I would do this thing where I'll be like, "That's a first law term, that's a second law term, da da da,"
No,
you know?
I do that myself. I kind of I was surprised at you being able to tell when to call out what based on
Mm.
based on what the other person was saying. Like when you were teaching Boots about concepts, for example.
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's why. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly, right? That's exactly why. 'Cause I knew
kind of.
how to do it. Even if I didn't have to make that explicit, like, "Oh, that's the first law, that's the second law term." Like, I just knew, and I knew how they related. I knew it, like, I knew where to take it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's like
Yeah,
was
yeah.
fascinating to me.
Continue with that. Yeah, articulate that, 'cause I wanna hear your perspective on that. It's just, like, me noticing that now too,
Well,
that you're bringing it up.
now that I'm integrating it, it's not just a one-off where I failed to like explain to Metoxis what I meant. Now it's just now I understand like how to do that later on in the future.
Yeah, and how's that?
Yeah, that's like now that I get what the how the third law works, what it is, and how the first and second law they relate. I can
Like,
I can
yeah,
see the
continue.
difference between my premises and the premises of the other person, and the ways in which I approach them. Like
Mhm.
I am tuned into the difference. I can see the difference more
Huh.
clearly. Like the my expanded context, it's kind of gives me better constraints from which I can approach it. Can approach explaining something.
Yeah,
Yeah, because like
like,
thermodynamics is about explanation. It's the standard of explanation.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
That in
It's identifying, yeah, exactly. It's identifying scale invariant, like, principles, right?
yeah.
That have scale invariant laws that have scale specific consequences, right? So
Mm-hmm.
all of these other terms are just like expression of all these principles at, like, their scale, at the scale at which you uh,
Mm-hmm.
they exist, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, laws of thermodynamics are laws of form, like, the laws, like, I mean, it's like, well, really, like, all these laws of forms are expressions of the second law, right?
Mm-hmm.
The laws, like the distributional symmetries, right? That's just like what Mandelbrot, right, was searching for, right? To in
Mm-hmm.
order to characterize the natural formation of, the coastline of Britain, like all the different forms that all like all across all these different scales, right? How they all, it's all of one entity, right? Like, it's all one reality, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all one process, right? There's not, like, fucking, like, the like the lake, the coastline measured by a ruler, and the coastline that you measure with a ruler and the coastline that you measure with a yardstick is not two different coastlines,
Yeah.
right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked about all that before, right? But it's like that just gives you the idea of scale invariant principles with scale specific consequences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they're so explanatory.
Yeah.
I'm driving now, by the way. I'm going to the
Like
store to pick up a lighter.
like I'm able to call out the error, but uh now I'm able to actually approach it.
What? Yeah. What did you think about when I like when you first like encountered the way I approach stuff like that using thermodynamics, right? More broadly like that, like just like as
Mhm.
methodolo like as like part of my methodology, right? How I analyze uh what people are talking about, right?
I mean, that was very interesting for me. Like when you first linked me about ecopsych, uh, that got me very interested. What you're doing in your approach.
Yeah, do you, like can you remember when you first like noticed me doing that?
Um, I mean, I was always curious about about that stuff, and like
Uh, I mean,
seeing,
when you saw me doing it, yeah.
I was like, wow, the stuff actually works. Like the puzzle pieces they connect. Wow, that's crazy. It's like I never considered it working that way.
But keep going. I'm driving right now, so I'm just listening to what you're saying.
I mean, kind of kind of said everything that I can remember.
I mean, you don't remember when you first like encountered my bullshit, bro? My shit.
No, I remember. I'm saying I was like very curious. I was very interested, and that's like why I looked into it. Why I didn't recoil in fear or something like that. Why I wasn't like in being rude or insulting, like lies, for example.
Oh yeah. I mean, like I don't know, how do you think I came off? Right? I guess.
Uh,
How does that come off? I'm asking like how does that come off to the person who's like not like initiated, right? Or whatever.
uh,
It's not with how I do that.
I mean, it was interesting. It was definitely very radical, but like, uh, I wasn't scared of it. I was more curious.
Okay, I feel you. I haven't really asked much about your journey before, man. So I'm just curious,
I mean,
right?
I've told the, I've told said it like multiple times, I think, but not in that much detail.
What's your journey, man?
I mean,
How did it happen?
like when you sent a link about like a Turvey lecture and I saw him talk about non-local realism, I was like, wow, this guy's onto something. That's interesting. Because before that I was like uh, a non-local realist, but like just quantum physics and stuff I studied.
So then you just started like hanging out, like talking with us and stuff, and then
Hmm.
like just getting like challenged and like questioning stuff, you know?
Yeah.
I think that's like really important. Like I try to challenge, you
Hmm.
know, like I don't try to like um
I would say
I don't really know how to explain it, you know,
like
how to describe it right
the
now.
field was relevant to me. I found it I was open to it being relevant. I kind of I
Yeah.
started off with the success and not the failure. I did not make up my mind prematurely, right?
Mhm. I think maybe I don't know, bro. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Because I wanted to remember I wanted to get into the binding section and the life is a standard of value stuff, and we can do that. Like I'm saying, we can do that another time, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of tired. And
We could continue that like tomorrow or something, you know? Because I wanted to get into the value stuff, but I think it's like this would be a good video, like to send people. Like we talked about, like a lot of important stuff, right? About values, right?
mm-hmm,
But like I want to finish it with the life as the standard of value stuff.
mm-hmm. Yeah, we can do it later with more people.
Yeah, yeah. Right. So we already got through the beginning part, right? We already got through all the stuff we got through today, so we can just continue.
Yeah, because I'd say like I'm spent for now. I think we could use
Yeah,
some
for you.
division of labor. You know,
Right. Yeah.
yeah. There's
But
only
it
so
was a
much
good discussion, right?
resources. Yeah.
I think it'll be good. Like it'll be good to have something to send, you know, to talk about the
Mm-hmm.
values and stuff, like to send people.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
You never regret these VCs. Like that never happens.
No, why would I?
Yeah.
That's why I've been like I regret when they're not recorded.
Yeah.
You know? That's the only time I regret. Like
Or
I just
maybe
fucking I
like
really
no, maybe you like feel sad because you should have like told us. Should have cared more.
yeah. I want them to be recorded so people can like the information that we like that's available here is not just like lost forever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It can be like people can make use of it like in unimaginable ways to me that I even know right now, you know? They
Mm-hmm.
might make use of it in many crazy different ways, right?
Yeah.
That's what really matters. All right, I'll see you later. I'm about to head into the store now.
All right. See ya.
All right, see you. Yeah.